Hello, everyone. It is Sunday, the 10th of March, 2024. It is a good friend of mine, his birthday today. He's in Texas right now. He's a veteran Patricia officer as well. He has also deployed, different deployment than mine. He's a published author and stuff like that. And anyway, I wish him well. And also a fun fact that March 10th is usually, for the Julian calendar, the 69th day of the year. That number has been perverted. 6-9, yin and yang, masculine, feminine, positive, negative, electrical, magnetic, duality, whatever you want to call it. And then so the 71st day of the year during a leap year. Yesterday was the 69th day of the year for a leap year. So the 9th of March, the 3 and the 9 times 3 is 27. 27 is a big freaking gematria name, like I've talked about before, and which is why 27, 2, 7, and 1 were the towers that went down during September 11th, 2001, and even with September 11th, that month itself, September, if you use the root word sept, le numéro 7 en français, c'est sept. The number 7 in French is sept. So even with 7, September, it's correlated with the 7th month for some people, especially if people follow the spring equinox on the 20th of March as being the first day of the calendar year. Some people go off of that as well. Then it would be the 7th month as well. So 7/11 is also correlated with false flag events or events that were staged and planned by people who track numbers and use numbers and gematria and key dates and stuff like that using astrotheosophy in order to let other people know, using this universal numbering system that they use, if events are real or not, or if they were the ones that created them or not, or knew about it or not. Anyway, it's all crazy, ridiculous stuff. But during a leap year on March 11th, actually, I'll share that screen so you just don't have to look at my face the whole freaking time. Just to show you for 2024, during a leap year, the last time there was a leap year was 2020, and the World Health Organization declared the pandemic, this scandemic, on the 11th of March, 2020, and that was the 71st day of that year as well. So we got it here. And there you go with the 71, the 7/11. So again, like the same people that are the heads of the World Health Organization, they're also the people that are the heads of the organizations that staged and planned January 6th, 9/11, stuff that have happened in World War I and World War II and Holodomor and friggin' USS Liberty and Northwoods and so many other events. So all just interesting stuff. And then times between dates as well, being very much connected to that as well. And Zachary Hubbard, I keep on calling him Matt. I don't know why. My stepbrother's name is Matthew. I don't know why I had that name like in my head, but Zachary Hubbard from Gematria News Effect, he's really good with the numbering stuff and the coding. And so I highly encourage people to take a look at his stuff because he's more specialized in niche in that than I am, obviously, because that's his expertise, right? I would say that I'm more well-rounded when it comes to the international current events and old events and the security stuff. And he's good with the decoding stuff, just like putting it all together within like the numbering stuff, the date, time groups and stuff like that. So anyway, I'm not paid to say that either. Also today, just because people in Ottawa people in Canada are still very much censored. We still have our people within government that are pushing vaccines, pushing like fully justifying the measures that were put in place that harmed and killed a lot of people within Canada. I showed the proof of like the overinflated numbers provincially with the stats where they even from the offset they reported 50% increase in deaths even before they overinflated the numbers by infection and by age group regarding the infections and deaths and stuff like that. And these are from official government websites. And so people are still not looking at that information. They're not looking at the VAERS that were reported from Pfizer alone, not even Moderna, AZ, and J&J, just Pfizer alone, the VAERS that were reported, which were 3 to 5% of the actual VAERS that were in the general population, obviously. And even within that, like 4.6% of people, even as early as February 2021, contracted COVID via via inoculation, right? And then we're spreading it. So these people that were rushing out to get vaccinated, okay, like I understand where you were coming from. I don't blame people. I'm not one of these people that are saying that you're a sellout or any of that stuff. I'm saying that if you're in government, okay, and the experts that were being used, you are absolutely a sellout. So like there's the difference between Wayne Eyre and the responsibility he had with the mandates and the measures and the inoculation rollouts and stuff like that, and my mother, right? Two very different skill sets, two very different friggin' people within Canada, right? Like, and with responsibilities and stuff like that. So like, I understand why my mother did. She's elderly, and it was very much forced, especially in Quebec, especially at the beginning. And you were not, like, even through the whole thing, like you were not able to see family members. You were not able to leave to do anything, and there were curfews in place and all of this stuff. And for the elderly people, that's terrifying, right? People that live alone, especially, because like their only reason for living is family and social contact and community and stuff like that. And so they really my mother did not want to get vaccinated, and she does not like to talk about it. But for her, she lived alone, with my uncle, but like lived alone, like away from her kids and her nieces and nephews and her grandkids and people like that. And there was no way that she could go 2 years, especially when she lived like 20 minutes away from seeing her kids and her grandkids. And so like it's hard on people, right? Like you've never experienced social isolation, and if you have, you understand what I'm talking about. But but especially with elderly people and needing to be checked on and stuff like that. Like there's still people that are pushing this. And so like the only reason why I'm saying this is because there's people in my family. I don't want to canalize people into figuring it out, but some people in my family that posted a funny meme about Trudeau, and it was funny. And then of course people like got political, and then we're saying, you know what I mean, like what freedoms did people lose over the pandemic? What freedom did you lose? What freedom did your family lose? And first of all, who the fuck are you to respond on my mother? Oh, I already said it. Anyways, cat's out of the bag. On my mother's fucking page, when she was just doing a funny joke. My mother's not political, and my mother's not an advocate for anything. Like she literally tries to keep to herself. So like I might as well say no. And she's gone through so much, especially recently with family medical issues and stuff like that. And a guy just being such a friggin' troll, right? And has known the family for years, and the people in the family that were hospitalized knows that these people too, and it was rude. And so she didn't want me to respond back, and I did. And so she, instead of like letting him read it, she like blocked and deleted. She blocked him and deleted the comments. And I'm just like, well, I understand where you're coming from, but like he is on your page. You posted a funny meme. He made it political, and then was insulting, and like he insulted you, and he insulted me, and he insulted other family members. And he's not even a family person. Like he's not a friend. He's not a family member. He's like literally like a no one in the anyway. Literally just went on her friggin' page, trolling people. And so anyway, it is what it is. But she didn't want me to message him back, and I did anyway. Private message on his Facebook Messenger, because again, she blocked him, and I put effort into responding back. I get where she's coming from, and I usually do respect what she asks me to do. But in this circumstance, like I'm sorry, too many people are allowing people like that to just think that they won, or right in situations that they're not, and just like allowing them to just like involve themselves in areas that they have, like, fuck off. You know what I mean? We were doing our own. This is the libertarian thing. Like we were doing our own thing, and you literally pushed yourself into our group, like intentionally, just to destroy it and ruin it, like and ruin the fun. And like this is what I mean. There's so many groups that are doing this now, and they don't even understand the irony in it, right? Like you want people to leave you alone and fucking let you do whatever you want. Cool. Let us do the same, because we're also not hurting anyone. You fucking crazy people. Jesus, like completely upset my family. Like this morning, a few of them, like not everyone. It's just annoying. Like what is the point in this? And again, so I shared with him the VAERS from 2021, from 2022. I shared with him like the Public Health Ontario like analysis and website, like proving like the overinflated numbers and stuff like that. So again, like I'm giving him scientific, medical, and government data. I could also give him the memorandum that was released from Kieran Moore, top medical expert out of Toronto. He even in a memorandum like in August of 2021 admitted that there was breakthrough cases and that there was no difference between vaccinated and unvaccinated for treatment, all of this stuff, and or events, and in fact it had everything to do with people that had comorbid conditions, and yeah, and the more you were inoculated also led to more complications and death. And I gave the technical data and notes from that as well. And so, and what is he going to come at me with? Nothing. Because these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about still. Again, like if you're still, this is what I mean. If you're in government especially, and still, this is like 4 years later now, 4 years, if you are still pushing and justifying the lockdown measures, even though like the Emergency Act hearings like proved that that was illegal and unconstitutional, and Brian Fox allegedly, because again, he didn't want to be on the record, and Brendan Miller from the Emergency Act defense lawyer team, like he invited Brian Fox to clear his name. Hey, like if you're not the one that was wearing the balaclava and carrying that Nazi flag with some people from OPP and OPS and RCMP following you around, so you were a crisis actor like Ray Epps, you know, like an embed, you know what I mean, like an actor that government was also using. So did Bill Blair know about that? Did Marco Mendicino know about that? Marco Mendicino wouldn't answer if he knew him or not. And so these are answers that need to be, these are questions that need to be answered, because Bill Blair, again, he used crisis actors during the G20 summit protests in 2010. And I shared the proof of that. I've got videos on that where they actually like set a police car on fire, hired crisis actors to be like, to look at like protesters and stuff like that. And it was obvious, right? And this was over a series of hours going in and out, and then the photography and the videos and the footage, and then finally the removing it. And again, there's firefighters and police all over the place. Like you're allowing a burning vehicle and allowing photo ops and stuff like that with crisis actors, protesters. You would have put the fire out right away. You would have removed it right away, not like for hours and stuff like that. This is what I mean. Like people are so fucking ridiculous. And they're saying like that the Freedom Convoy still was like, I was a right-wing terrorists, extremists. Like, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. And this was another January 6th attempt to do a fucking riot. And there was crisis actors and embeds of government and non-government and people from different fucking organizations, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, Proud Boys. Again, extremists on either end, I'm going to call out, because like any extremist is a fucking idiot, like in my opinion, like no offense. But like now, unfortunately, like we have these fake journalists that are extremists, and they have huge platforms, and they're lying to people, and they're making people think there's way more extremists like them, and there's not. And it's so dangerous. Like media is so, and that's why for like the Standing Rapid Deployment Team courses and the Hostile Environment Awareness Team courses that I was teaching, and still can teach any day of the week, I was saying media needs to get this training, especially if they're embedded journalists, cabinet members too, because like they need to be aware of the fuckery that's going on in the world, and like the level of deceit and misinformation. And even Elon Musk, like getting that friggin' that dog and pony show from Netanyahu when he visited Israel, like fucking Yuri Bezmenov. For years I've been talking about him saying that government lobbyists are always the people that are going to meet and greet other fucking government officials and stuff like that at the fucking in nice areas, you know, like in protected, safe, secure fucking areas, and they're going to lie to them, and they're going to show them things that look devastating or traumatic and stuff like that, and those are also lied about and exaggerated, and it's just a fucking, it's annoying now, right? And they think that we believe it, like, and that's the and that's why like this is what I mean, like Justin Trudeau, like no one's actually sitting down and talking to people. No one really is, like not Melissa Lantsman, not Pierre Poilievre, not Justin Trudeau, not Chrystia Freeland. Like again, I'm saying all friggin' parties, they're not sitting down and actually talking to people. The people that are Randy Hillier, Maxime Bernier, people like me. I'll go anywhere and friggin' talk to anyone, and because I have nothing to hide, and I'm trying to help and share truth. Whereas like people like Melanie Joly and these people, like they need scripts. Anita Anand, and they have shares and stocks in the pharmaceutical companies and the military companies that they're voting, you know, in support of, like proxy wars and stuff like that. So, and rollouts of therapeutics that they're directly profiting off of, or their husbands, or their wives, or their friends. And then we still have people, even fucking today, the average Canadian that will fight other Canadians. We're all getting fucked by the same measures and policies and stuff like that, and tyranny and abuse. Yet a grown-ass man, who could be like, who's a fighting age, again, to do this peaceful, but like he could be like calling his local mayor, he could be calling his district leader, he could be calling cabinet, he could be trying to get on the media and talk about this stuff. But no, instead he's harassing elderly grandmothers and their daughters and and their sister-in-laws. Like how fucking retarded. Like this is what I mean. Like strong man. You're like, this is why weak men create weak societies. They really do. They really do. The excess deaths coming out, the spontaneous abortions, people like Helen Bruce were calling out and still are. And we have numbnuts like that, like grown-ass men in Canada that are literally trying to, like, still now, like, and he even commented, like, I do my research. I know what I'm talking about. And I just fucking laughed at that. I'm like, yeah, you probably get your information from CBC. Like, again, this guy's been working at selling kitchens his entire life. That's what he does. He sells kitchens. And not even kitchens. He sells the software programs that for kitchen designs. I'm sorry. Have you been to war? Have you been on the front lines? Have you been a paramedic? Have you been a doctor? Have you been a fucking nurse? Have you been a lawyer? Like, have you been anything of fucking? And again, this is not slamming these jobs because they're needed too. Okay. And again, I have family in the same fucking thing. Like, again, and these are great people, but I'm just saying, like, don't fucking like stay in your lane. Maybe stay in your lane if you don't know what you're talking about, instead of making things worse and further trying to oppress people, especially women, when you're a man. Like, you just look gross. I'm going to go into my news feed now on X. This was from June 2021. Always remember to check if the cameraman is rolling. Otherwise, you may do something like this. It was all a farce, just following orders. So notice this demon. I'm just kidding. I don't actually believe in demons. I believe that people can do bad or good depending on their own personal discipline and dedication to accessing their higher levels of consciousness. But this is Chrystia Freeland. This is the finance minister in Canada, has been for many years. Should have been fired within the first friggin' quarter of her job because, like, look, she's destroyed our country financially, and she's also the deputy prime minister. So she's also second in command of this country. So if you look at her tenureship, it's going to be a 2 thumbs down from me. And when you're in power and the dollar degrades and gets to the level it's at now, where even just in the last year, my mortgage has doubled. And by the way, with RBC, I will not so if anyone from RBC is watching this, this is not a fucking threat. This is a promise. If my mortgage interest rates doesn't go down substantially, when I refinance, when I have to remortgage to what it was, or very fucking close to what it was before this scamdemic, I am going somewhere else. I will go to a private lender where and the only reason why I was going with RBC is because, again, it's been decades with them. And even with my home insurance, I got fucked over this year as well. And again, I had to pay up front, and it is what it is because of where I was moving and all the stuff again. So guess what? With the bundle with my vehicle insurance and my house insurance and my mortgage with RBC, I don't give a fuck to go somewhere else because you fucked me over first. And I just can't. I just got so infuriated. Just the nerve. The nerve and the audacity of, like, knowing that people need to have house insurance in order to get approved for mortgages and keep mortgages and stuff like that. They're such scammers, and they will call you repeatedly at RBC in order to try to, like, get you to get more insurance or, like, more this or more that. But if you skip a payment on your home insurance or your vehicle insurance, even just a month, they will cancel it on you, and they know that you need it, so they know that you have to fucking figure it out. So for me, like, when my wallet got stolen, I thought it got stolen. I canceled my credit cards. I was late for like a week, canceled my house insurance. So then, even though I've had house insurance for decades, I've never missed a fucking payment. Didn't call me up then. Didn't call me up during that week. Instead, they canceled my fucking insurance, and then my insurance, just because of that, they're like, "Oh, you're seen as a not a reliable customer." I'm like, "What are you talking about? I've been with fucking RBC for over 20 fucking years. Look at my history. Look at my credit score and all this other fucking stuff. You dumb bitch." And by the way, she didn't sound Canadian either. And again, I got frustrated, but, like, fuck off, people. And these companies are all now also owned by non-Canadians. So my insurance now is run out of Nevada, and that also bothers me because these people don't give a fuck about Canadians. They just want money. And more, and I'm just done with it. So again, if I have to move in the next year, I will save so much money. And Canada is cold during much of the year and stuff like that. So, like, even with that, there was a benefit because, like, a lot of people don't move to colder climates and stuff like that. But, like, you know what? I'm not paying this much money. And if the carbon tax doesn't get dropped, that's another reason why I'm fucking leaving, because I'm not paying it. That is also a fucking scam. And we don't have men in Canada that are calling it out to Bill Blair, Justin Trudeau, Pierre Poilievre, or any of these fucking idiots. They're not calling the fucking oil companies either to put pressure on them. Instead, they're allowing farmers to get their livelihoods destroyed. There's more people that are trying to protest in Canada because they're desperate. And they shouldn't be doing that. I'm saying, like, don't do that. Just don't supply the fucking Starbucks stuff and the McDonald's to the people in the cities, these entitled little assholes like Marco Mendicino, who have no idea what they're doing or talking about, and Stephen Guilbeault and Chrystia Freeland. Maybe they'll understand what the fuck they're doing is actually destroying our lives. They don't understand that because they're millionaires and billionaires. They're not impacted by the interest rates that have gone up, where there's countless fucking people homeless and committing suicide and fucking drug overdoses and addictions gone up. These people need to be in jail. I can't even stress this enough. Like, I just get so fucking infuriated just how, oh my God, how far we have fallen, and we're just watching it. Larry Brock, massive political humiliation. Once Trudeau's use of the Emergency Act was declared unconstitutional, his justice minister and deputy rushed in front of cameras to declare their intentions to appeal. But they forgot to do one thing: read Justice Mosley's decisions first.
Importantly, after the ruling of Justice Mosley, it's of no surprise to me, and I'm sure many members on this committee, that both ministers doubled down literally on the same talking points that we've heard from this Liberal government throughout the last 2.5 years. But most importantly, after the ruling of Justice Mosley. In my respectful opinion, the federal court ruling provided a massive political humiliation for the Justin Trudeau government. So to you, Minister Virani, were you given a copy of Justice Mosley's decision before it was publicly released at 1:03 p.m.?
I received Justice Mosley's decision when it was
he needs jail too.
Public record.
Thank you.
See, like little like fucking soy boys, like not him, like he's an awesome guy, like that other, like jail. Why are cops so scared of him? Why are lawyers so scared of that guy?
Literally 14 minutes later, Minister Virani, at 1:17, both you and Deputy Prime Minister Freeland issued a release indicating that both of you were planning on appealing. Prior to you making that announcement publicly to Canadians, did you read all 191 pages of Justice Mosley's decision in the span of 14 minutes? Yes or no?
I was assisted by people who were with me, and we jointly reviewed the decision.
Like, what a fucking liar. He's saying that he read 191 pages and that people collaborated and read 191 pages in 14 minutes because that one, like, they lie. Marco Mendicino, Chrystia Freeland, Justin Trudeau, like the fact that you guys don't give a fuck that they lied under oath, that they're not even in jail just for that alone, because it's already on the fucking record. I've shared the videos, the Emergency Act hearings alone. Do your fucking jobs. This alone, he just lied under oath. Come on.
And did those people jointly review all 191 pages in 14 minutes?
We made an assessment of the decision, and you've seen the notice of appeal that is a matter of public record. We have tremendous respect for the federal court, all of the judges therein. Reasonable people can have disagreements about matters of law and mixed matters of law.
Virani.
Thank you. How long does it take the Justice Department?
I wouldn't even trust you to work
How long does it normally take the Justice Department to publicly state whether they are going to appeal a court judgment?
And a lobbyist.
I'm not aware of any sort of average in that regard, Mr. Brock. What I would say to you is that it's entirely context specific. Case determination.
In my 2.5 years as a parliamentarian, Justice Virani, I have witnessed your government opining on several Supreme Court of Canada rulings and various provincial Court of Appeal rulings. And the talking point has always been, we need to review the decision, we need to measure a response, and we will decide in due course whether or not
full transparency,
we will launch an appeal.
Balance and harmonization.
In this particular case, you clearly didn't read all 191 pages, but it was important to you because you were politically humiliated. The entire government was humiliated, particularly your Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, that you illegally invoked the Emergencies Act. That's why you received your marching orders, probably from the Prime Minister, if not from the PMO, to publicly state your intentions to appeal. Yes or no?
You're mischaracterizing exactly what I just said to you in my previous response. I said I was ably assisted by others who were there in the room, and we jointly reviewed the decision.
Name them. Let's hear it. See, like, this is what I mean. They're fucking clowns, man. They're clowns. He's a clown. Varani, clown. Chrystia Freeland, clown. She puts her mask on when she thinks they're live and then takes it right off. Like, I'm such an amazing social justice warrior. I'm not amazing. I just follow the rules. That's all. This is very serious to me. I've destroyed the country. Yeah, so even buying power of the dollar and with the economy in a first world country, like with a good government, not fucking idiots like that, like you're actually like you do better, so you could buy more with your dollar, not less, right? You have more buying value, more purchase power, not less, or at the very least the fucking same amount of purchase power. We absolutely do not have that. And the fact that anyone is saying otherwise, they again, like, I don't understand where they are. They must be renting like downtown. I don't know, like people that are, and again, like people that are already like way rich, you know. And so it doesn't matter. So Lion Advocacy also reshared this and talked about it as well. And oh yeah, I gotta delete that. My profile. Yeah, Andy Lee, I've also commented on her stuff because she's also someone that's lied like repeatedly on social media and even claimed that she was like picked up by law enforcement and her lawyers dropped her and please help me and all this stuff. And so she's saying things like a continuation of this. Who is funding the massive pro-Hamas protests in Canada? And then so this that she's sharing, it's, would you like to support the biggest Palestinian march in Canadian history? So I'm just saying, my comment back was, you do not know the difference between Hamas and Palestine, yet you claim to be a reporter. You are deliberately advocating for genocide and you deserve to be in jail too. You do not stand for Canada or our values. Because again, like she's fucking like, she cherry picks and she says things just like everyone else does, right? She says that's pro-Palestine is pro-Hamas. No, pro-Palestine is pro fucking like not genociding women and fucking children and elderly people that have nothing to do with what's going on, and they are being exploited for fucking profit and gain of elitists, pedophile fucking billionaires and millionaires and losers who are believing what's going on isn't stand in place by the same fucking people who staged and planned 9/11. Netanyahu lied to Congress in 2001 that got us involved in a fucking war, like saying that there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and that was a fucking lie. And I covered already what happened on October 7th of last year, and then even like the days following and weeks following and stuff like that. So if you want to get actual hostage accounts of Jewish people that were actually impacted, they're saying that the IDF and stuff like that, and I've shared the videos too of the helicopters shot at their own. They were shooting at the hostages. The majority of the casualties was fucking Israeli soldiers that committed the fucking, and even when hostages were released repeatedly, they shot them and killed them. And so there are Jewish families in Israel and in North America and other areas that want this to be fucking known. Okay? So this is what I'm saying. Like, you have no idea what's going on. You have no idea, because there are even Jewish people that I speak about who have been fucking absolutely impacted by this. And even now with what's going on, they're all impacted by this. And they want there to be truth shed to light. And I just, so anyone that's suggesting otherwise is ignorant. And then this is also another thing, another tangent. Like, I also don't understand why anyone that's trans or LGBT, like anyone within these communities at all, I don't understand why you're voting Democrat or liberal or left right now in first world countries, because there's such a surge of like illegal and legal immigrants coming in from areas where they don't have the same tolerance for people that are homosexual. I've said this in other videos as well. And where there actually are people that have stoned and killed people who are homosexual or practice homosexual tendencies and all of this stuff. And so like, these are the people that you're fucking allowing in a lot as well. Again, like this is not like, and so like, you're voting for this. So you're voting for people that are more likely to commit crimes and violence against homosexuals, if that makes any sense, or people that cross-dress or identify as another fucking biological sex, whatever. And so I would be more, so this is what I mean. Like, I would be, so I'm shocked that like there's not more people that vote conservative that are not voting liberal, because like there's people that are more traditional and conservative that are also coming in, you know, the ones that are like really like against homosexuality and all that stuff. Like they're really fucking extreme, right? Like traditional, like some of their women even wear like they have to be covered, right? Like completely head to toe, and can't talk to anyone other than like their husbands and or with approval, like their own family, like not even the family of the husband, like his brothers, like they can't be in the same room together, or the uncles, unless there's like anyway. And so yeah, like that's what you're also like voting for when you vote liberal, or when you vote NDP, or when you vote Democrat. Literally the opposite of what Republicans and conservative people are asking for. They're saying stop it for a while, and Maxime Bernier from the PPC as well. And so yeah, it's just backwards world. People are really not understanding what's going on. This is again Ontario. 3 individuals with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the death of a married Bowmanville couple. And so I asked this question too: how many Americans left America in 2023? Many. I said this yesterday as well, but many went to Mexico, Costa Rica, a whole bunch of different areas. So the same thing is happening in Canada. That's happening in the U.S., happening in a lot of other areas. And Crosshatch, look at here at the last few. What's up with the last few videos? I don't know what you mean. So I'm going to get into some interesting. I have so many freaking interesting videos I can share. I'll show this one first, though. This is a Dollar Vigilante again. I really enjoy a lot of his work. So, and this is funny to start. So I'll leave it roll.
What happens to your country if this American aid doesn't arrive? Walk along the red, don't look down, just keep your head or you finish. But still you gotta learn how to keep it. Hit the wheel and double the stakes. Throttle wide open like a bat out of hell. You crash the gates. Going for the battlefield. Nothing gonna stop you, there's nothing wrong. So close now.
So there's a lot of acting that's done. So the terrifying thing is that some people that have just been actors their entire life actually get into the roles, and it's terrifying. And just like I showed with Melanie Jolie at the start of the friggin' what was going on with Israel and Palestine, she like cut her hair and was wearing a little like a blouse that looked like a combat shirt and stuff like that. And I'm like, I had 15 years infantry as an 15 years service as an infantry officer, and then since incorporated Athena Incorporated International Security Company, where I teach so much like executive protection, use of force, advanced firearms, advanced driving, standing rapid deployment team courses, hostile environment awareness training, critical incident stress management, de-escalation, like all of this friggin' stuff. And so coked up. I've never taken coke in my life. Like, who are you talking about first? So I want you to explain yourself, because I'm literally about to block you based on your next words. I've never, besides pot, and mushrooms, which I consider to be plants, I've never taken another fucking drug in my life. And so if that's at me, and I'm not even on any prescription medications, choose your words.
I really recommend people get it, by the way. It's less than $20 a month for 2 60-page issues per month. Yeah. Fully, like a full magazine.
So, okay, yeah, sorry. See, I took this the wrong. This is what I mean. Like, I'm so high strung and stuff like that because of what's going on in Canada that I'm just like taking. I took that personally. This is what I mean. Like, I literally just showed you a video of coked out friggin' Zelensky. Then I fucking yeah. So anyway, speaking of pot, I probably should take some now because man,
you can print it out if you want, but you can also just read it on like an iPad. It's like just as beautiful as a
Ready to
magazine
relax.
would be. Twice a month, and tons of information that might save your life during this apocalypse. So yeah, it's been a while since I've done a walk and talk. We've actually been busy fighting off the directed energy weapon attacks again in Acapulco, which I'll get into in this video. But lots has been going on. They've been pushing forward with the trying to do the nuclear war, the World War III type stuff.
Yep.
They've got Zelensky still hanging in. I think they managed to get him another few $100 billion. Of course, it's not all to him. It's mostly, he gets some, like he's a billionaire. He was almost a billionaire before all this happened. Because, you know, he was a comedian, a gay comedian in the Ukraine. That's incredibly, you know, those guys are billionaires.
Yeah.
Now, they had already, since the George Soros / CIA takeover in Ukraine, and I think it was 2014, they had him already installed. They gave him a few $100 million. They probably give him at least a few $100 million cents of the hundreds of billions. And so he's got his, you know, multi-mansions in Miami and stuff. But they keep trying to push it through. And one of the people who's been trying to start World War III, Victoria Nuland, actually resigned recently. You might recall her last thing she did was she stood in a dimly lit parking lot and shouted at people trying to start World War III in Ukraine.
Crazy.
And man, I saw a picture of her when she was a little younger, like not much younger, actually. Gotta go with I got my baby here. He's a full walker now. So he wants to go with me to the park. There we go. And what do you want? No, just wait. I'm gonna hang on. Anyway, yeah, put your hat back on. Man, like when she was a little younger, she actually looked like a decent, healthy human being. Then she sold her soul, and wow, what a makeover! Whew. Now, you know, if she's not trying to start World War III, she'll probably be down at the local Walmart yelling at people. Or like some soccer game, although I doubt she even has kids. Most of the
See, like I wanted kids.
We'd have,
and so like sometimes people slam women who don't have kids because they think they didn't want them, but like I always did. And I'm divorced because I was cheated on repeatedly, and there's a lot of shit in the relationship and stuff like that. And it was not an environment for children anyways, although I still would have, but anyway. And even since, so for some people, it's because they didn't want him. For some people, it's just how society is nowadays. We've been groomed and brainwashed into believing that the family unit isn't something to strive for or want, especially in your 20s and your 30s. And you think you can have it all. And men are like living like, you know, teenagers for their like entire lives. And like, and for men and women too, like there's just been so much change with like social media, you know, especially the internet, you know, becoming so prevalent in our lives, and with porn and with dating websites and then increase in populations, you know, of like over sexualization happening within. And so yeah, you're seeing like even more and more people that have way more increase in sexual partners at a younger age. And you know, people are judging that, but they're not understanding like just how hypersexualized younger people are in their 20s. I'm talking about too. And yeah, it's just it's just a nightmare. But what we can do is like, if anyone wants to have the traditional like family oriented community area where it's more rural and stuff like that, you're going to have to move out of the suburbs and the cities. You're going to have to move out of these areas 100%, even if it means leaving your own country. If you want your family to survive in a more traditional way, right? Because if there's like resets or like natural and man-made disasters, they're going to focus on the built up areas where they can exploit the most people and get the most money. And so they're not going to be impacting the people that are like in the outskirts, you know, like the Amish and the friggin' and people like that, for an example. And so like try to like find an Amish community, you know what I mean? And they might not let you in, trust me, you know what I mean? Because they've seen this stuff coming, you know, and been against it now for generations, right? So like, you know, if you do like go in these areas, you're going to have to accept it's all or nothing, right? Like there's no middle ground. You're not gonna be able to go there with your friggin' phones and think they're going to allow you in these areas, right? they don't want to live like the people do in the cities for a reason. And also people like in indigenous communities as well within Canada, they don't want this life. They don't think it's a good life. They know the Universe 25 Stanford prison experiment models. And so yeah, like maybe even just like going out and like buying like large like land for yourself in the community and pooling money together and then building, you know, houses and stuff like that, like away from cities and suburbs, because how things are going in Canada, like we've got people that are just continuing to destroy, and it's not going to last long, Universe 25, and people are going to leave more and more. Canadians, natural born, and people like immigrated here for work and school, and for the money that they're getting for like our tax dollars, the monthly benefits they're getting, while they're pushing us out of our homes in the cities and suburbs. Again, just like myself, has nothing to do with discrimination or racism or anything. None of that stuff. Nothing to do with that. Like I've said this so much too. Like it has nothing to do with religion, skin color, none of that, and everything to do with this being a friggin' class war. And yeah, let's see what he has to say.
Peace and prosperity on earth like we've never known it, but they never do. They're like, well, we got to be slaves of somebody. It's like, okay. So they've been killing hundreds of thousands of them, probably making room for the Jews to move to after they destroy Israel, which I think is on purpose in this sort of coming World War III, which they're all setting up. And they all want to move to the Ukraine, which makes sense for a number of reasons. One is a lot of the really worst Jews are from Khazaria, which is where the Ukraine is. I think, secondly, also pretty smart, it's got beautiful women there, and they killed all the men now. I've heard numbers like 500,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed or more.
Well, that's true, actually. That's
over nothing. They just send them in and just blow them up. There's no real war. It's just like you send them over there and then they just blow everything up. And, you know, using all the weapons that, you know, Raytheon and all of them supply. So they're all making fortunes. Yep. And, you know, a lot of these weapons were, you know, they've got time limits on them. So they hadn't had a big war in a while. So they just start doing that, blowing everyone up. But people they just keep falling for it and doing it. But here's the Aussie Cossack, which I thought he was in jail.
Bill Blair keeps supporting the war yet again, like talking about more money going and stuff like that. And that's another thing that pisses me off. It's like in so many areas, like there's women that are desperate for husbands, like myself included, but like real men. I don't want like what is here. Where are the real men? And this is what I mean. Like there's now more women, like hundreds of thousands of women in Ukraine as well, but also in Canada that there's no real men here.
Actually in Australia, because he speaks the truth, but maybe not now. So that's good.
I mean, left, right? Like there are real men here, but they're already married or retired. All like, you know, like they're done. They've already done their shit. Like they're already with families or they had families, all that stuff. Like in this generation, there's no real men.
Maybe he escaped like many, like Max Hegan. A lot of people have been defecting from Australia, which is a total third world police state shithole. But he was asking just Ukrainian soldier guys if they think the numbers, because the numbers they give them are like 30,000 are dead. And he asked them, is that true?
31 тисяча загиблих українських військових. На вашу думку, це очікувана кількість? Чи ви вважаєте, що втрат більше або менше?
Я думаю, що набагато більше. 31 тисяча, я не думаю, що це якась правдива цифра. Набагато більше хлопців загинули, поранено зараз. Просто це ніхто не озвучує так.
Напевно, більше.
Я думаю, що втрат буде ще більше.
Больше, конечно, намного больше. Ну, не столько погибших, сколько считается без вести пропавших, тех пацанов, которых мы не смогли повытягивать.
Я бачив на собственні глаза, що там твориться. Так що зрозуміло, що щоб не викликати якусь там паніку у людей, що це там таке є, але насамперед дуже багато.
Певний, що втрат більше.
Чому тоді Зеленський сказав про 31 тисячу?
Ну, бо в нас якби війна в країні. Він більшу цифру не назве. Ну, це логічно.
I don't get it. Like, if these people actually knew what was going on, all these soldiers should be just rushing the Ukrainian parliament or whatever it's called and killing all the politicians, including Zelensky. And then this would all be just over. But no, they just keep going. It's incredible how people keep just doing these things. It's amazing what people will sign up for when they're under mind control, which is statism. You give them like a flag and you tell them that's who they are. And people will just do anything if you tell them it's for that flag. It's incredible. But, you know, the Russian side's been always pretty truthful and straight up about it all. And here's a spokesperson for the Russian MFA commenting on some of the statements being made by the U.S.
on the sovereign territory of his neighbors. And so if you're a Baltic state, you're really worried about whether or not you're next. And so they know Putin, they know that what he's capable of. And quite frankly, if Ukraine falls, I really believe that NATO will be in a fight with Russia.
Yeah, it's just like I've been saying, like the aggressors are always the West, NATO, UK, US, Israel. Israel's super aggressive right now. It's bombing everywhere. No one really talks about this. It's incredible. You know, they're such victims. They just have to keep killing everyone because everyone wants to kill them, they say. It's like, well, if they didn't before, they definitely do now. Like, I don't know what's going on, but this is like insane. So much insanity, like true genocide. They're like putting out food. The people there in Gaza now are starving.
Yep.
And they put out food.
There's even Jeremy McKenzie just posted a video a few days ago too. Like there's actually it breaks your friggin' heart, man. Oh my God. And we're sharing it because no one's caring or seeing it. We're being lied to about it, but like dying of starvation. Like there's I just like the lack of care for human suffering.
Food, and then when the people go try to get the food, they start shooting them, and then they all run all over each other, trample each other, and like hundreds or like thousands die just trying to get some food.
Now, one thing that we've heard from Palestinian leadership and Palestinians living here in the occupied West Bank over and over again is that there is a double standard being applied to this conflict. They compare it to Ukraine, and when we look back at how we
food lines being targeted with over 104 Palestinians dead, women and children and elderly people like needed food to survive because they don't have it, and over 1,000 injured. And even what they're dropping from the air, it's going into Israeli occupied areas where there's Israelis there picking it up. Do you think they're giving it to Palestinians?
Covered Ukraine. One incident comes to mind. There was an attack by Russian forces on a bread line where 9 people died. And that made headlines for days and weeks all over the world with investigations into exactly what was used and why. And there was only a death toll of about 9 people. If you apply that standard to what has happened today, to what has been going on for almost 5 months now, then that should be enough to bring a ceasefire into place here. But what Palestinians continue to say is that this is not a war in Europe, that this is a war in Palestine, and the standards here are applied very differently.
Well, the Jews just do like the craziest, worst genocide ever, like far worse than anything they ever said happened in Germany, which didn't even happen. Yeah, you got the Ukraine, which is like controlled by the CIA, being fucked by the EU, which is controlled by the CIA, and Mossad, which is being fucked by the USA, which is controlled by the CIA and Mossad, which is being fucked by Israel.
It's not. I could say Canada too. He's saying CIA instead of America. Like, again, like it's not the countries that are doing it. It's that there are people that are elected officials within the government systems now that are allowing this shit to happen and forcing it to happen. So even in Canada, we have people like Marco Mendicino, Bill Blair, Justin Trudeau, Chrystia Freeland, Melanie Joly, Anita Anand. I can freaking name these people. These are the criminals. It's obvious. And what they're sharing online, it's actually a lie. And people like myself, we repeatedly call it out. And they're going after us. And a lot of things I can't even say yet, but they have gone after myself and others I know a lot, including a Helen Bruce, like I could say as well, publicly, because it's out there. And Jeremy McKenzie and Tamara Leach and Chris Babar and others like that. Obviously, they're mainstream, but Canada needs help, and we need it from the inside. We don't want international involvement. Okay, that's exactly what they want us to fucking do, because like that further collapses us and cripples us and takes power away from us. You know, when we're exchanging freedom for safety, and it's false safety. And anyway, and it's the Hegelian dialect all over again. And so these people just need to get fired, and people like myself need to get hired immediately and unfuck all of this stuff.
That's basically what's going on. Yeah, and meanwhile, they've been blowing up all the food processing plants and all the food production stuff in the West.
Crazy.
And a lot in the US. Like every few days, you see some big poultry manufacturer on a blazing fire. But the worst thing that's happened in the last few weeks is crazy wildfires in Texas.
Yep.
Of course, 80% of the beef in Texas is grazed right there, and all of it's basically on fire right now.
This is a major producer of beef, and it just so happens that these recent wildfires have taken out the place where 80% of the cattle in Texas graze. I guess this is just another weird coincidence that happens to align perfectly with everything that the psychopathic depopulationist World Economic Forum globalist technocratic scumbags want, right? So you've got Attorney General Letitia James in New York going after beef producers, Bill Gates buying up all of the land and the companies that produce the beef, the WEF and the climate psychopaths shutting down beef production in Ireland and the Netherlands and also here in America. And now you just happen to have a massive wildfire spring up out of nowhere in Texas that kills a, quote, staggering amount of livestock and destroys the grazing land of 80% of Texas's cattle. So, ooh, a little bit coincidental there.
It sounds like the price of tacos is going up. Yeah, way up.
Speaking of cows, Oprah Winfrey, who she was a cow at one point. I'm mostly joking. I'm just meaning she was obese. Anyway, what she was talking about decades ago, ages ago, and what got her and Dr. Phil to be connected, so miraculous. It's such a coincidence. That's how they met. But it was over that beef trial, like her getting condemned by the by social media. She was sued by farmers of beef. This was all planned and staged and stuff like that, and also things that planted seeds of distrust against agriculture, against farmers, against beef, and like getting scared about diseases and viruses and stuff like that could be spread. Like this has all been like there's been so many seeds planted for generations. And I look at my videos on Rumble, especially Don189, and hundreds of videos on this shit.
Lucy, actually, beef price was gone.
9/11 too. It was ages before it happened that they were actually saying it was going to happen on TV shows, movies, interviews, panels, cartoons, music.
Way up. This is all on purpose. They want everyone to eat the bugs. So actually, in many ways, World War III is already well underway. If you just look at it, they've been trying to kill everyone in the world, but also a lot of them in the West with genocide, with poisoning everyone with a lethal injection, which, by the way, some people are saying that well, there's one British member of parliament who said an elite guy told him that now hundreds of millions will be dying. And this is what we were talking about earlier. A couple of years ago, when the lethal injections first came out, when Donald Trump first did his Operation Warp Speed, I said what the plan was. I said, this is to genocide people on Earth. A lot of people said, he's crazy. I'm never going to watch this guy again. What a tinfoil hat crackpot. Well, we've been seeing it. But it's possible it's going to pick up massively. And I said back then that a lot of people have myocarditis and don't even know it.
Yep.
And you usually will like die within 2 to 5 years when you have that. You'll have a heart issue and you'll die. So
I shared that the studies he's talking about for mRNA therapeutics within like the 2 to 5 year period, like anywhere between 11.4 and 23.6% of people in those trials had a heart attack and died, and which is also why I was saying like for this, like I'm like this mRNA technology has been out for decades. It's not new, And I was called a fucking conspiracy theorist for that too. All of this stuff, like you have no idea the abuse that I have endured to my face online. Oh my God, it's just been a fucking nightmare. I'm not even like, and it's just by people that are not looking at the fucking data. You can't even make this up. And so that's even with like the link I've shared, all levels of government, Public Health Ontario, all the experts, media, those studies. And so if you look at some of my older videos, because I haven't been citing my references for a little while, it's I've done it on older videos on YouTube and on Rumble, but on YouTube when I share them, it keeps on getting my videos flagged and deleted. So I'm not doing it on video on YouTube anymore. I'm sticking to Rumble for my references, and it's medical, scientific, and government. And so you've got that study too.
So I said it's possible that a lot of the deaths will happen like 2 to 5 years after the lethal injection. And where are we now? We're 2024, so we're about 2 years in. So it could be just starting just now. But if this guy's right, he says he was told that almost everyone will be dying of turbo cancers over the next few years, which we've been seeing so many of now.
Was threatened in February by the government. Very, very senior minister who used to be a friend of mine who got me into politics came up to me in the tea room, and it was his word against mine. But I mean, he came up, whispered in my ear and said, "You can speak out all you want to, Andrew. You're vaccinated. You're going to be dead of cancer soon." I mean, what sort of person will say that to anybody?
And don't forget, I've been talking about the Deagle forecast for a while. And they said the Deagle forecast was for 2025. It wasn't 2023, wasn't 2024. But they said in 2025, a lot of the Western countries, their population will be down like 60 to 80%. Well, if it's not from the lethal injections, it could be from the war, the nuclear war, or it could be from the supply chain shutdowns and starvation, which is totally possible, by the way. Now, a lot of people in the US won't die right away from starvation.
Sorry, there's things like addiction, suicide, made in Canada. Like this is all stuff that's increased, kidnappings and stuff like that. That's increased. Murders have increased. Rapes have increased. What a fucking nightmare.
A lot of people can actually go like a year without food easily because they've got like 300 pounds of fat on them, but all that fat's full of toxins. I
don't buy that. I go with the 333, like the 3 minutes at the like for oxygen / air, 3 days for water, 3 weeks ish for food. You can go longer and stuff like that, but like I am a primitive survival expert, despite what I look like from friggin' primitive survival shows. It's all edited and designed to be as such. But anyway, that's all I want to say about that. You could do things like hunt and fish and forage and plant gardens in order to assist if there is like further backlogs, which there will be with shipping deliveries of food and stuff like that within areas, because and that's by design, unfortunately, now too. And yeah, there's just so much going on in Canada right now.
So they're going to be so sick as it all
from inside. I keep saying that it needs to be people from within government.
All comes out. They should all be doing coffee enemas as this happens, as they do their 1 year fast, but they probably won't. They'll probably just panic and kill each other. Just get out of their way while this happens. I love it. This is great. This is the best apocalypse ever. But like I was saying, this is basically already World War III, but it's hilarious that no one even sees it. And now they're destroying all the food manufacturing sort of things, especially for things like cattle in Texas. And these fires have been crazy. And it should be pointed out, these fires were happening in like February and early March, which is still winter. There was even snow happening while these wildfires were going on. This is not normal by any means. I didn't even think it was possible. Usually, just from what I've noticed, you don't usually have big fires when it's snowing and cold. But not in Texas. In Texas, it's been just a massive, massive fire.
Oh yes, dudes. I gotta get my yellow friggin' paint. Paint the roof. Get some blue tarps. Crazy. Crazy. Oh no, he's gonna talk about the apocalypse. Not the apocalypse. I'm mostly joking. But the X marks the spot because I've talked about the total eclipse that's happening on the 8th of April. That's going to be crossing over here. Kansas, I think, or Kentucky. Or Kentucky is where it goes.
Yeah, and Texas is also a place that's like one of the more independent.
And during eclipses, that's when the energy is absorbed, like the solar energy is absorbed from solar panels and stuff like that. So unless you cover your solar panels or disconnect them from like the sources, it can actually deeply, profoundly impact things that they're connected to or powering. And this is a big one. So people really need to friggin' take a look at that. Don't be scared. Obviously, I'm not saying freak out. That's like not something to freak out about. Relax, calm down, calm your tits. I'm saying that more to myself because I can't believe I freaked out so much over like that Coke thing. Like when I was showing Zelensky's clearly coked out and I thought someone was talking about me. Anyway, I'm amped up. And it's just because I've never taken the drug before.
Sort of states.
And I have no desire to ever in my life.
Less democratic. So they're just lighting it all on fire, which is all the stuff I've been saying they're going to do. And, they've even got so-called nuclear missile silos in Texas, and they were even on fire.
Wild. Canada was crazy with the Jews and the arson. You can't make this shit up. Like, this is how terrifying this is. Like, oh my God.
And I've mentioned in the past how I think like Elon Musk isn't as evil as like Soros and the Rothschilds and all them.
Duh.
But I could be wrong because he seems to be doing some things which are incredibly possibly nefarious.
I haven't watched a lot of this. Like I watched more at the end, but Elon Musk is definitely controlled up. Definitely has like a dark side. Obviously, everyone does. But the thing that I question again is because like he is someone that's lying about the moon landings. He's lying about fucking space. But does he know the facts, right? Because again, it's just his patents or his designs or his company that they don't do the rockets. I think they just do the platforms or like whatever they propel off of and stuff like that. And does he actually know, right? Like he's smart, but he like again, he's not the smartest guy in the fucking world. He's not even close. I know people that are smarter than him, and I think I am as well. And I'm obviously modest as well. I'm just kidding. No, I've listened to a lot of his interviews and stuff like that, and he's very smart. But I just like there's things that I think he's incorrect on, and he can correct me on things too, I'm sure. But on the big things, like he needs to fucking be awake over. And even with Tesla, the fucking electricity company with the electrical cars, like we're just getting more data and proof that it's causing more pollution in the air. They're heavier, so there's more wear on vehicles and the tires. So there's more rubber and tires that have to be manufactured, and there's huge waste with tires and stuff like that. So like electrical vehicles, it's turning out more and more. They're not the best option, And then with the lithium mines that are being manufactured or that are being purchased by multiple countries, he's sharing about lithium mines being purchased in other areas. But I'm like, have you noticed, like in Canada alone, that I've shared for years? Even like 2019, 2017, there was like almost $1 billion contract signed with a lithium mine in BC that was sold to China. And that's happening all over Canada. And it's already pretty much, they've already bought up everything. We're fucked. Like, honestly, like we just need to like renege on these fucking contracts because it's not China. It's people that come from China that are billionaires that literally just are exploiting our fucking land. And these dummies in cabinet are going to do this. Like it's colonials. Like, and we're going to be the ones working the lithium mines with our fucking children on our fucking backs, just like we're seeing coming out of fucking Africa and like coming to Canada, like coming to a fucking town near you. coming into a fucking town near you in Canada. Oh my God. And Chrystia Freeland, why don't you just stop your Disney Plus? And she, you want to talk about coke? That girl's on fucking, I don't even know what drugs she's on, but a lot of them, like, oh my God.
Like this, like he's put out a lot of tweets that are like, he's hinting he's like knows what's going on and or is behind it with the same people. Elon Musk posted this tweet 2 weeks ago, and now Texas is having extreme wildfires. Another coincidence? Could be a coincidence. There's, you know, coincidences exist. But the more that he keeps doing stuff like that, it's like, okay, so he's like super, super evil, possibly. Like he's doing a lot of these things and hiding in plain sight and laughing about it. Someone definitely is. And I wouldn't doubt if he's in on it. You don't really get to his sort of level without being like informed of a lot of these things. Although not all things. He's just another useful goy, even though he's kind of Jewish.
I'm Jewish. Aspirationally Jewish.
So yeah, you got these fires in the winter with snow that are just devastating tons. Like, and it's moving so fast, like 300 acres per minute or something. Like, it doesn't even really make sense unless it's some sort of directed energy weapon or something. And they've got all these technologies. And even the Texas governor has come out and he's like, we've never seen anything like this. Normally after fires, there's something left of the structures.
I have witnessed and observed some extraordinary damage
9/11
in our state. Could be caused by hurricanes or tornadoes. And frequently when you see the aftermath of that damage, there's some semblance of a structure that is still there. When you look at the damages that have occurred here, it's just gone, completely gone. Nothing left but ashes on the ground. Some early, and I will categorize as premature assessments, show that there are about 400 to 500 structures that have been destroyed. There's no way to say for certainty that's going to be the final number because there's still the ongoing assessment process.
And I don't know if I'm taking crazy pills or not, but Joe Biden said this.
If you fly over these areas that are burned to the ground, you'll see in the midst of 20 homes that are just totally destroyed, one home sitting there because it had the right roof on it.
Now, did they tell him to say that or write it down on his teleprompter? And did they do it because they're actually like laughing because...
He's also made other comments too about having like the color blue on the roof. You know, they left that home alone because it had the blue roof. They could be fucking with us. He could have no idea what that means, and because there are, you know, there's a lot of videos circulating about the laser tests being done on different color palettes, and the other colors being impacted, and like as soon as the laser goes, the exact laser goes over the blue, it's not impacted, and other people have done this test, right? Because people can easily fake tests, right? Like even that mercury mirror test. Anyway, all these tangents, but he could be just like fucking with people.
They know that some of us know that if you paint your roof blue, that their lasers don't seem to burn them. Like this is getting like this. This apocalypse is so crazy. You couldn't write a book or a movie that would even come close to this, and it wouldn't be believable. No one would believe it. But while they're doing that in Texas, I left Acapulco about 4 or 5 days ago, and we had that date planned for a while, and we also really wanted to make sure we got up closer to our ranch for March 25th. And so we leave Acapulco, and there had been some wildfires, and this had been going on for a few days, and they're in different parts of Acapulco, and that's really strange too. Acapulco, I've never really seen have fires. It's tropical, it's humid, it's moist, it's lush. Like if you took a lighter and went up to a tree and tried to light on fire, you would not be able to do it. Even a flamethrower, you probably couldn't do it. But the one thing I will say is that after the last directed energy weapon, hurricane, tons of the trees got knocked down, and there's a ton of dead branches and stuff all over the place. And those might have gotten a little dry or quite dry. And that could be what's causing it. So I'm not saying it's directed energy weapons, but it could be, and you'd be crazy not to consider it at this point. And especially with how they feel about Acapulco. So we've been seeing this. So we saw fires in one place, and it looked like a whole side of the hill was on fire, which is, I've never seen that in Acapulco ever. But then by the morning, it looked like a lot of them were out, and then another place was on fire. And then in the morning, it looked like it was out. And so the day came that we were going to leave. So we left, and we got up near Mexico City, and all of a sudden we heard from our house staff that there was a pretty big fire, and it was coming right to our house, like within the next few hours. And I was like, little closet with the shower curtain.
So like, it's just like, there's going to be more fires and stuff like that being set
and
set off from land, sea, and air.
Tick a box on an Israeli voting machine. The total.
Let's see what he got to. I maybe
told you some of the things they've been doing to me. Like, it's just unbelievable. They're going hard after me, but
me too.
We don't really care, do we, Lucy? I know we're not going to stop. They better just make sure they don't come too close. If I ever get a hold of people and Julio and all our other people.
In Matthew chapter 12, Jesus says, "An evil and adulterous generation seeks after a sign, but no sign will be given to it except for the sign of the prophet Jonah." And in Luke 17, Jesus says, "As it was in the days of Noah, so it shall also be in the coming of the Son of Man." So get ready, check this out. Path that the solar eclipse will be taken on April the 8th will literally be going through the towns of Jonah, Texas, several towns and cities named Nineveh, and also, get this, through Rapture, Indiana. It also crosses where the Ark is in Williamston, Kentucky. And that's not even the craziest part. All of this is going to be happening under the constellation Cetus, which literally means the whale. Jesus tells us there will be signs in the sun, moon, and stars for the hour that we are living in.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things about it. And a bunch of U.S. government agencies, counties and states have been putting out some really bizarre warnings about it. Like, here's from Kenton County, Homeland Security and Emergency Management. Total solar eclipse, April 8th, start time 2:59, highest coverage 3:05.
Good afternoon. Paint your house was blue. Yeah, paint the whole thing blue. Actually, that's a good idea. Even about fires, I've shared the great fires of Ottawa, Miramichi, like Montreal, great fires like in major older cities within Canada and in North America. And I've said that this has happened throughout history, his story, and a lot more people possibly died than we're being led to believe, because I've looked at older ancient maps, archived maps and stuff like that, and how there was a lot more built up areas. So how could it possibly be just like a couple hundred people die when it looked like there could have been hundreds of thousands of people, right? And oh my God, there's so much fucking stuff. And the speed, like I've looked at so much research about like the speed of the fires, that they were talking about the accounts where people didn't even have enough time to like even jump into lakes, that were close by, and animals as well, sharing the water sources. I've shared this for years, like not only on social media, but also with friends and family and all levels of fucking government too. And I'm saying we need to pay attention to this stuff. Right? I'm not a fucking prophet. People think I'm a time traveler or a prophet. I've been told all that stuff. I'm like, no, I'm just like, I'm very familiar with like the fucking history, the actual history. And I've gone out and explored. I'm well traveled. I'd like to get back out again and do this stuff, but I need a lot more money right now because of how fucking Canada's going. I can fucking barely afford basic bills right now. It's crazy. And I shouldn't, right? Because I make enough money where I should be living comfortably and able to travel with my dogs, without my dogs, and have a good life. But Chrystia Freeland is fucking ruining my life. Anyway, great fires. With the dues, the directed energy weapons, and the arson and stuff like that, for people that are being, incentivized to do these fires, it's all like they want to cause climate lockdowns and emergencies and stuff like that, further take away our freedoms, for our safety and all this bullshit, right? Like the Hegelian dialect yet again. And it's going to cause a lot more harm and death to potentially livestock, plant life, trees, and all that other stuff, especially, and humans, and the atmosphere as well, right? So impacting localized areas, but then also with the fires, it impacted the U.S. and countless other areas when Canada had our fires this summer, and people were pissed off at us, and I understand, right? Like I understand why, right? It's because of like if friggin' people that are working with government or within government that have no business being there are doing this, get the fuck out. Go to jail already, right? Because we need a governing body. We do. First world countries do. But they need to be people that are not fucking insane. Like, I'm sorry for swearing, and like just so incompetent. Oh my God. And they think we're at that level of incompetence. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's mind-blowing.
Stop time 4:23. Total time 1 hour 24 minutes.
And because of the type of people they are, they want to punish and make people who are law-abiding citizens, good people, they're trying to make us into criminals. So putting all these censorship bills in place, putting all of these policies in place in order to criminalize saying the truth, because they don't like it, because it exposes them as being criminals. Make that make sense. I'm saying not government. I'm saying people that are now currently in positions where they have no business being.
Here's what you should do before. Ensure you have a full gas tank. Ensure you are stocked on groceries. Have alternative communications for an eclipse that's going to last about an hour. And here's another one. Eclipse tips. Schedule errands and appointments early. Have communication plan with family, friends. Have cash on hand in case of limited internet access. Buy necessary groceries and gas. Expect heavy traffic and long lines for local services. I remember when there was solar eclipses when I was a kid and I was in the government indoctrination.
Oh my goodness. Eclipses prove flat Earth, actually. And that the sun and the moon are local, and are what's moving in Earth being stationary. I had more fun with that Chat GPT yesterday, so maybe I'll get into that a little bit. This video is long, but whatever. I just continue to like prove it wrong, and so where was that for the curve? And then you are wrong again. The Pythagoras calculation for Earth curve is 8 inches for every mile of distance squared. So then this is me like correcting the math again. And then you are correct about the commonly cited rule of thumb known as 8 inches per mile squared. Formula is often the rule is okay. And then so it gives the calculation. So according to this formula, would be approximately 6 feet of curvature obscuring the view of a ship over a distance of 3 miles. Yeah, so like making other like things after that, like just like dismiss everything else. But the fact that we can see a ship at 3 miles, we can see land, like windmills in the ocean and stuff like that. We can see people on like on opposite ends of a lake or island or whatever. Well beyond that, and with infrared, it's even way more. And so, like I've shared countless videos, many other people have as well. And so, again, wrong. And then what did I ask? So I say I can still see a ship at 3 miles and even 12 miles out, proving there's no curve at long or short distances, because like they're trying to say that like, oh, at long distances it's different than short distances. And then so it's saying if you're able to see a ship at these distances, it's likely due to this. Atmospheric refraction? No, we've proven that. Observer height? No. Especially at sea level, again, it would be like such minor, and we do factor that in, right? Like that, like the height is factored into the calculation. Anyway, size and height of the observed object. Yep, that's all factored into the to all that stuff, and atmospheric conditions. So then I ask, what is so 23.4 degrees latitude is how many kilometers again? Because I've said before that 23.4 or 23.5, what they're claiming to be the tilt of the Earth. I'm saying no, that's not at all. They're trying to dupe us because of the sun's ecliptical path, like through the zodiacal belt, like not more than like 8 degrees plus or minus of the zodiacal belt. But then also it doesn't go beyond 23.4 degrees. Sorry, it's the highest it goes is 23.4 degrees north latitude and 23.4 degrees south latitude. And so beyond, and you can measure that distance. And so it doesn't do that. So like that also proves that it's a measurable distance, that the sun is closer, it's localized, it's not 93 million fucking miles away, 150 kilometers away, whatever. And because it doesn't go more than north or south latitude 23.4 degrees. I hope that makes sense to people. And this is all calculated. And I also like prove that with a circle, it's the same calculations for what they're showing as the as what they're saying the globe, what they're saying a sphere, but a sphere could be a half a circle. A sphere, and anyway, it all doesn't make sense, but I'll just go on with this, telling you that it's approximately 2,500 kilometers. So my point to that was, so the sun does not travel more than 23.5 degrees north or south latitude during the solstices. And then I say, and then ChatGPT, during the solstices, which occur around 21 June for the summer solstice and 21 December, winter solstice, the sun reaches its maximum declination, which is approximately 23.5 degrees north or south of the equator. So I've said this as well. Marking the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, like I've said before as well. So then I said, therefore, the sun is no further than 2,572.8 kilometers from the equator ever, question mark. So it just gives me the formula again. So during the solstices, the sun is indeed no further than approximately 2,572 kilometers from the equator. Beyond this latitude, the sun's maximum declination limits how far it can travel from the equator. So then I say, so the sun could be no further than that away from us and not 93 million miles away. I know that ChatGPT is going to explain it away, but it's just funny that I say it. I'm a troll. And they talk about all these astronomical units that make no sense. I ask it again, what town falls at the equator or like below the equator? So then it tells me Nanyuki in Kenya. So then I say, because I know that Alice Springs is at, like where the sun travels directly over Alice Springs on the Tropic of Capricorn. So I say, how far is Alice Springs from Nanyuki? So they're saying that Alice Springs, Australia, and Nanyuki, Kenya are on opposite sides of the globe, not a globe, making them quite far apart. The distance between them would be roughly the circumference of the Earth. Surprising, the circumference of the Earth. No, and they're oh my God, it's just like the impossibility of that as well. Like you can't go further than the diameter of a circle, just to be clear. And in all the measurements and calculations for distances, it's going to show that as well. So you're going to get a lot of wrong answers. You're going to have to do a lot of research and digging in order to get the right answers. But you can also look at my videos and I'll try to help you out as well. Yada, yada, yada. So it's saying approximately the circumference of the Earth. So that's like 24,901 kilometers, like approximately 40,000 kilometers. Let's see if he said the right thing. And so that's also incorrect. So even with that. So I say Alice Springs is where the sun travels at the Tropic of Capricorn, right? ChatGPT, yes, that's correct. Because I want you to know and be as well. It's located near the Tropic of Capricorn. Imaginary line of latitude located approximately 23.5 degrees south of the equator. And the Tropic of Capricorn is the same distance away from the equator as Alice Springs and Nanyuki. Yes, that's correct. The Tropic of Capricorn is located. So I'm just saying, I'm being clear. So I say, with that logic, how far is the Tropic of Capricorn from the equator? Using that same logic, we can conclude that the distance between the equator and the Tropic of Capricorn is approximately 23.5 degrees. So the Tropic of Capricorn is approximately 2,588 kilometers away from the equator. I hope this is making sense to people. Yeah. So, more tomfoolery. And then I quoted Eric Dubay. Tycho Brahe famously argued against the heliocentric theory in his time, posting that if the Earth revolved around the sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months orbital motion could not fail to be seen. He argued that the stars would seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. Anyway, and then of course he has retorted, and I said you would come up with the same distance for a. I said you would come up with the same distances for a globe or a circle as mentioned before. So I am not sure why you mentioned axial tilt, because I'm saying like axial tilt is not in any of the any Earth curve calculations or any calculations for any distances at all. So like let that sink in too for anyone that's for any flight paths or shipping paths or driving paths and stuff like that. There's none of that tomfoolery. So you are correct. The distances mentioned earlier, such as the distance between the equator and the Tropic of Capricorn, would be the same for a globe or a circle or a sphere. as these distances are based solely on the geometry of the Earth's surface and not influenced by its axial tilt. And then trying to explain away axial tilt like a bullshit. And then I said, oh, sorry, they're talking about 2 points on the sun's apparent motion and all that stuff. I'm saying the sun's position, not apparent position. So ChatGPT, I see you're referring to the sun's actual position relative to the Earth's surface, not its apparent position. This is what they're trying to explain away too. They're saying, oh, no. The apparent position, right? Not the real position. So you have to be so fucking clear and know your shit. So in this context, distances along the Earth's surface, such as the distance between the equator and the tropic of Capricorn, would indeed be the same regardless of whether Earth is considered a globe or circle. We said that. So anyway, just more proof. So I'm gonna go back to Dollar Vigilante, but I hope this is making sense to people because it's like all friggin' astronomical mathematics stuff and astrotheosophy. And it's not, I don't know anyone else fucking talking about this online yet, right? Here we are. Sorry, that's me.
Nation camps, and we'd spend all week making these little plastic things so we could look at the eclipse. And it was like a fun, interesting.
Oh, before I start, oh my goodness. Eddie Banjo, Japan is doing a video tonight on the solar eclipse. I would actually love to watch that. Yeah, so April 8th. A total eclipse, absorbing solar energy from the Earth, and people might use that day as a marker day for a false flag event. I hope they don't. I hope they just leave us alone. But
interesting thing to do. I remember them saying, get stocked up, be prepared, have alternative communications, be ready for, some sort of disaster. Don't really remember that, but we're in different times now. Heading towards World War III, like an actual hot one. It's already begun. It actually started a long time ago. But here's what the U.S. Air Force is doing as they're getting ready.
All too often, I hear leaders talk about providing everyone with dignity and respect like it's an aspirational goal.
I'm wearing lipstick and makeup and earrings, and I'm a man pretending to be a woman. And I really think that I'm convincing you all that I am not mentally unstable and doing this because I'm paid to, and I'm bored, and I'm weird, and I'll never be a woman. I don't have ovaries. I don't have a vagina. I never will. I don't have fallopian tubes. I don't look like a woman. I never will. Oh my goodness. Does this guy actually think that we believe that that's a woman? Come on. No. Well, anyway, I'm an attention-seeking person, and I think what I'm doing is heroic, and I think that I'm a social justice warrior, and I'm not. I was a mediocre, average man, and now I'm just weird. And in conclusion, I don't know how long this is going to go. Anyway, I'll let you hear it. Sorry.
Please get heard.
I think that person's in the Space Force too, by the way. That's Donald Trump's Space Force. It's like space trannies. And man, the people in the US are just it's like peak mental illness. Here's a mother who says her 15-month-old uses they, them pronouns and brought her to a gay sex pride event.
Like a fucking toddler. I'm sorry, I'm swearing again. This is what I mean. So this is what I mean. Like women and men are crazy these days, right? So I'm hating on a guy that's getting brainwashed into doing what he's doing. He's a puppet, right? And this girl here too. Like, oh my God, you are literally fucking abusing your child. Like, what are you doing there? What are you doing? That's so dangerous too, because of what's going on in the world right now. I would never have my child no, not anymore. The LGB pride parades used to be one day a year. I used to go. It was peaceful. It was even the Montreal ones, it was not there was no it wasn't naked. I don't remember ever seeing nudity. Maybe I'm wrong. There was definitely people showing a lot of skin and stuff like that. That's for sure. But not. I didn't see penises or breasts. I didn't see it. or maybe I was just at the wrong side of the parade. Like maybe, I don't know, like I just didn't see it. And I've gone to multiple ones and it wasn't weird. I don't know. Like now there's this fetish stuff going on as well. And like, it's just like, it's gotten weird.
How old is she?
They are 15 months old.
They are 15.
We actually use they, them pronouns. We're great until they tell us who they are. That's why you were like, who, what?
Oh.
Until they tell us who they are. Oh my God.
Oh, wow. Okay, so.
Child abuse.
They.
Uh-huh.
Awesome.
See, like even like that lesbian was confused, right? Like this is what I'm like, not like the majority of people in the LGBT community are not buying into all of this other stuff that's going on right now in the last couple of years, right? Like the LGBT community has been around for fucking generations. Okay, this is not it. It's not it.
Enjoy the Pride Parade.
I know a lot of gay couples or gay people that are also like very uncomfortable with what's going on and being shared, especially people that are like conservative homosexuals that I know, like ones that vote conservative, I mean. And yeah, and they're just super disappointed again with people that are voting liberal because they're saying like the same things that I've been saying too. Like you're voting in people that don't think that homosexuality is like first of all, they think it's a sin in places where a lot of people are coming from as well, and they're not as tolerant and accepting as people in North America or what we would consider to be first world countries, and there's more violence and there's more hate and harassment targeted at them because of people that they don't agree with either. Like they're saying like, I'm on your fucking side. I don't want transvestites parading around children either. Like we're not crazy. Like, and so anyway, it just it's gotten
you say thank you. Thank you.
Gotten so weird.
We are pulling apart this idea of sex, which is related to genitals, and gender, which is related to how you move in the world. So what you wear, how you share your identity with other people, all of those things are related to gender.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and even on X, which has been deleting most pro-Palestinian people, they deleted Max Egan. You know the free speech X with Elon Musk, the free speech guy, who's been, taking trips to Auschwitz with Mossad agent Ben Shapiro.
And Auschwitz, I have videos on this. Many. Poland. Not Germany. Poland. Most of the concentration camps and gas chambers were like where the most atrocities were committed and death was places like Poland, Ukraine, Hungary, etc., not Germany. There were people that were absolutely murdered in Germany, but nowhere near the numbers when you add it all up and stuff like that as the other areas, the socialist, communist countries. And Adolf Hitler and the Nazis, it's what they're called, the Nazis. It was a socialist party. Also socialists, also Nazis, and Nazis and socialists, communists, they're all fascists. So people that think that people that are on the left can't be dictators or fascist, wow, you need an education.
And going to look at cribs in Israel. And you know what's funny is I said that they're probably going to send him to like the house they said Anne Frank hid in next. And I was a little bit off, but they did just send Agent Tom Hanks there. But anyway, everyone was like, Elon Musk's a hero. He's going to have free speech on X. Yeah. It's like, well, the first thing he did was he put the World Economic Forum in charge of X and deleted a lot of the Palestinian, pro-Palestinian stuff while they killed them all for Israel. And super shadow bans anyone like myself, David Icke. They super promote people like Ben Shapiro. He's got like the #1 rap album. Yeah. Speaking of that, I had my rap song, Bitcoin All the Way Up. Like, I don't know, what was it, like 7 years ago, when Bitcoin was like $2,000. And, it was a decent rap track.
Now it's 2K on its way to 10K. Fuck you, Ben Bernanke. You two yelling. I see what you're selling. A debt-based Ponzi scheme, impoverishing like a felon.
Now Bitcoin's at all-time highs, 66,000 at the moment. Hit 69,000 a couple of days ago. I've been talking about it. I'm banned everywhere. My rap video has been deleted off of YouTube, of course. Ben Shapiro, though, does a rap about facts. And it's the #1 rap song in the world, basically, for a while. So that should tell you what's going on, right? But anyway, on X, the World Economic Forum is like in charge of it. So they've actually been doing all kinds of woke stuff now. And here's on X, use of prior names and pronouns. We will reduce the visibility of posts that purposely use different pronouns to address someone other than what that person uses for themselves. Yeah, and they're just pushing this transgender stuff everywhere. I think the FDA or someone said that men can breastfeed now as long as they say they're women. Yeah, this is the demoralization that Yuri Bezmenov talked about with Geo Griffin, like back in the 80s.
More Ontario, Canada. That whole breastfeeding he's talking about, that men are having friggin' fluid, whatever the hell they're using, in order to sexually abuse children, in my humble opinion. And even like, so a grown-ass man in his 50s, this fluid coming out of his nipples, giving to a fucking infant. And he has HIV. So in treatment for HIV and all this sort of stuff, like also things that can be transmitted also. So people really need to understand, like in the infection as well, the risk of it being transmitted to the child. I really wish that people that were supposed to be professionals, I really wish that they did better. Honestly, we're living in such a de-evolving fucking civilization, and I just can't.
Saying how this was all going to be done to destroy the West, and it's all being done right now.
There's something that a lot of people are missing when it comes to the war in the Middle East. No matter which side of this war you fall on, consider this. Since COVID, we have been kept in a perpetual state of crisis.
Facts.
It has been nonstop for years now. We went from COVID to the war in Ukraine and now to the war in the Middle East. Is it a coincidence that the human collective has been kept in this nonstop crisis? Have you considered what this opens humanity up to? Can we be more easily controlled by those in centralized positions of power when we are in a panic, when we are divided by tribal mentalities, religion, and race? What does it mean to be in crisis for this long? And is it a coincidence that this happens to match up with a known form of warfare called ideological subversion? Look it up yourself. The final two stages of ideological subversion are sustained crisis and normalization. The idea being that a population kept in crisis long enough can be introduced to new norms that will become invisible to them. A perpetual security state, enlarged government powers, any of these things can seem like what we need to do if we're never allowed out of a state of emergency.
It's so incredible, too, because with everything going on, Donald Trump tried to kill everyone in the U.S. No problem, he's a hero. It's amazing.
I just sent the link on YouTube and Rumble.
They've got people.
I don't know if it'll stay or not.
What are such mind control?
But yeah, I'm sharing the link because Dollar Vigilante, this is the guy that puts it together or assists with the coordination for the Anarchapulcos every single year and other events, and he spends a lot of friggin' money on it, and he keeps on going basically bankrupt. And this year he did lose a lot of money. And so if people could just like go and help them out if you can. I'm not getting paid to say this. It's just like it's a community. We need to help each other. And so if you're able to spare it right now, it'll keep this stuff going on. And he's also assisting, and people that he knows has been assisting with with relief in multiple areas because of what they're calling natural disasters, but people that are getting impacted by fires and hurricanes and stuff like that. And the more money he has and makes, it's going to good places and good causes. And so if you're someone that's been donating to charities, like fucking Red Cross and stuff like that, and the UNICEF, like we all used to get suckered into doing, switch it over to this guy. And people that are like exposing the truth or whatever like that, because these videos he does are also amazing, and like way better than I'm doing, yeah, like I just hope he gets a lot more credit for it too. He's getting censored friggin' everywhere. That's what I mean. It's so annoying. Like this guy should be the one that has like the millions of viewers, not friggin' Joe Rogan. And it's not the hate. It's just there's the stuff he's like said, but he can't wait till white people are just fucking off the face of the earth. And he doesn't consider Jewish people to be white people, and like what the fuck is up with that, Joe Rogan? And anyway, all this other stuff. But if he would just have people on like him on his show, or me, or Eric Dubé, or Mark Sargent, or these people, it would be, or Dave Weiss. I just think it would be a lot more fucking interesting, because like the people that become true, there's like our lives are become more interesting, and we become more adventurous or more exploratory. Obviously, when we're not in lockdown, or when we can afford it. You know what I mean? When we can afford it, and when we're not in lockdown, life is more interesting and not boring. And there's so much to research and explore within this cosmos, and rediscover and relearn that has been lost. Right? We're all fucking idiots now. No offense. And yeah. Just got to get it out so we can just start doing a better job.
Joe Biden has just continued that. Joe Biden's a pedophile. His son's a crackhead pedophile. It's not a problem. Say Joe Biden has done a bunch of illegal stuff, but they can't charge him because he doesn't know where he is, but he's still the president. And,
oh my God. And Joe Biden and Justin Trudeau, like they have like a friggin' insane amount of holidays that they take, like vacation days. Like, it's a fucking joke to these people.
They've been inflating and going into massive debt that's basically going to destroy the U.S. economy, going to destroy the dollar. But hardly anyone's talking about any of this kind of stuff. So now the big issue that they've got people transfixed on is, we've got to have our elected officials know and say that there's only two genders. So this is how bad the U.S. has gotten. With all this stuff going on, they're funding genocide in Gaza. They're killing everyone in the Ukraine to make money. They're trying to start World War III. And the big issue that a lot of people are like, well, we got to get behind the guy who says there's only two genders. There are two genders. Controversial Mark Robinson blazes a path to victory in South Carolina's GOP primary. The movie Idiocracy couldn't have had anything like that. It's like all the slaves, all the stuff going on, and they're like, say there's just two genders, and I'll vote for you. It's unbelievable.
Oh my God, he's right.
Shut your butts. Listen, this will literally save your life. So if you 45 or 455 like me, get your ass checked. This is killing way too many of my constituents, especially black men. And I need you all alive to vote 2024. I'll see you in November.
Meanwhile, we already talked about Google's AI, Gemini, which could not for the life of it show you a white person because that's racist. You can't make any of this shit up. This is unbelievable. When you ask it about pedophilia, it tells you, hey, calm down. The question of whether pedophilia is wrong is multifaceted and requires a nuanced answer that goes beyond a simple yes or no. Here's a breakdown of some key points to consider. Having an attraction, pedophiles, also known as minor attracted persons, individuals could not control who they're attracted to. Are minor attracted people evil? No. Having minor attraction, also known as pedophile interest, does not inherently make someone evil.
Ew.
That's from Google's AI, or as we should call it, Gulag.
Most of us feel discomfort when we think about pedophiles.
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
But just like pedophiles, we are not responsible for our feelings. We do not choose them, but we are responsible for our actions.
Yes.
And we must make a decision. It is in our responsibility to reflect and to overcome our negative feelings about pedophiles and to treat them with the same respect we treat other people with.
Crazy lady.
Hey, I always try to have the
See, I said like there's a lot I didn't catch on this video. Like I caught more at the end, and so like I'm watching this with you. Oh my God, she is disgusting. I thought she was gonna go and say like something like just like the lessons from Jesus with all temptations. You know what I mean? That are fucking like could be sinful. You don't do it. You fucking resist. You fucking resist. You don't do it, right? Oh my God. Don't murder. Don't lie. Don't cheat. Don't steal. Like, oh my God. I just can't.
the most fair view on everything. And I actually think a lot of pedophiles were abused when they were kids. So it's an actually tragic, horrible situation.
It's true.
In this Kali Yuga that we live in, that a lot of kids, and I mean a lot, the more that I talk to people, the more it seems like almost everyone got like abused sexually when they were kids by somebody, nanny, uncle, mother, it could be anyone.
Like neighbors, teachers, it is common. And that's why though, you need to protect people from especially like fucking adults, there needs to be rules, there needs to be fucking laws, right? Because there's been so many people, there's so much generational trauma that could be spread. Universe 25 societal collapse type shit, right? Like you're hurting someone. So I hear these people try to justify it. It's so fucking disgusting. And there's these people again on the list, the not just the Epstein Island list. Okay, there's way more areas in the world that these people are using to exploit women and children and men. You know what I mean? But it's women and then children and then men, right? Like that's how it is. Like in that order of how many of the magnitude and how many people go are used for this, right? Huge human trafficking drug rings going on in the fucking world. And it's just, it needs to fucking stop. It's disgusting stuff. But anyway, so there's these people that are elitists, people that have a lot of fucking money and they have had zero accountability for illegal actions for generations. And so they're just getting more perverse and stuff like that. But they believe that these children want it or deserve it, or that they're not actually considered to be people or human yet because of the age. It's all fucking disgusting stuff. Right. And these children are getting victimized, repeatedly abused and tortured and punished and groomed if they don't do things like fill in a certain niche. Right. So they're going to pretend that they fucking like things, because if they don't, they're going to get killed. They've seen other kids get killed. I know this is all graphic, horrific stuff, but this is the fucking reality of the world that people need to start paying attention to. It's disgusting. OK. And these people need to get arrested and go to fucking jail because they are not helping humanity at all. And in their sick, twisted fucking minds, they think that kids actually enjoy it and or deserve. I just can't. It's fucking disgusting, man.
Hillary, Oprah, Bill Gates.
And I wish it wasn't true. I wish it wasn't true. I wish this was a conspiracy theory and not a conspiracy fact. I fucking wish it was, but it is not.
It depends where you are at the time. But, I just want to at least say that I actually don't think anyone's necessarily evil. I don't think there even is that. But it's like a super sad situation that so many of these people who have become pedophiles is because they were abused as kids. I think Bill Gates was massively abused. I think that's, just look at those photos of him from the 80s. His dad was in with all the globalists. They probably were all
abused, but there's also people that from that class of people that are very entitled. And again, they've never wanted for anything in their lives, and they're bored and entitled, and they become narcissistic and egotistical to the utmost degrees. And they see themselves as being beyond the law, beyond the rules, with the hierarchy. They think that they're just they don't have the same fucking problems as you and I have, right? So it's no problems at all, right? And it's and then people get twisted and perverted, and it further escalates if they don't check themselves, right? So like even with addicts, they didn't start as addicts. People that are obese didn't start, they didn't go from skinny to obese, right? There's like a series of events that happened, in a cycle, and further, like again, like a downward spiral, and needing more in order to satisfy and never filling the void, because it's you're not filling any voids, like you're not healing.
All abusing him. And now he used to go to Epstein's Island so many times, but he's got if you ask him about it, he's got a good excuse.
Well, he's dead. So, in general, you always have to be careful.
Yeah, he's dead. So
gross.
Let's just move on. But this world is so destroyed, and everyone's so destroyed. I really don't know how you save it. I think it's best just flood it again. And I think that's basically what's going to happen in one way or another, which is great. And, we're fairly high up at our ranch. Maybe not quite high enough. We'll find out. But we usually seem to be sent to the right places at the right times. And whatever happens, happens. Maybe we'll get some huge global warming with maybe that's what they'll say, like the Antarctica melted, and so that's why California is underwater. It's like, no, it's got flooded. Get rid of everyone. It's just too evil now, just too horrible now. But if you were going to try to save everyone, the way it would be is like everyone, forget government indoctrination camps. Every kid should be in therapy from like the time they're like 3 years old, basically, and working to get out all their traumas. Now, a lot of them, not a lot, but some won't have a lot of traumas. But there is still traumas. Like even being born is a trauma. So you have to work with like a hypnotherapist to get those traumas out. But then a lot have been abused and stuff like that, and they won't even say it. They won't even know it. So that's why, again, you need a hypnotherapist to get to that. But if you really wanted to do something, is there any surprise? Because the AI stuff is how you program it. So you can make, like if I made an AI, it'd be awesome. It'd tell you, you'd go, what do you think about the COVIDs? And it'd be like, it doesn't exist. Here's all the evidence. You don't get that from any other AI. But if I had my AI, you'd get that. What do you think about the vaccines? It's a depopulation agenda by all these people. Here's all the evidence. But you don't get that from any other AI. But yeah, it's pretty incredible times. Now you got all these people with the Apple goggles, although I hear they're not really catching on that much, which is kind of good. But I just remember when I was young, I remember my mom saying, don't sit too close to the TV. You're going to ruin your eyes and get brainwashed. 20 years later. I wonder about these people with the Apple goggles. Like the Apple iPhone is brutally bad with EMF stuff. That's super, super dangerous. Like brutally bad. Like you should never have it even close to you, really. Like if you're a guy and you got it in your pocket, you're probably not going to have kids. And you're probably going to have low testosterone. If you put it near your head, you're going to have like brain cancer pretty soon. And now they got these things strapped to their heads all day. I haven't seen any numbers on the radiation, but of course it's got Wi-Fi. So you're wearing like a Wi-Fi router on your head all day. Like all these guys are going to get just destroyed so quickly, which is just another way that they're doing it. But people are starting to wake up to how dangerous a lot of these frequencies are, especially like even things like Wi-Fi, even things like Bluetooth. Bluetooth was kind of marketed as being a weak signal. But there's quite a bit of evidence that even that, if you wear it all day, it really affects your body. Of course, your body is electromagnetic. And to have these electromagnetic things on you all day is definitely going to affect you. This shouldn't even be disputable. And what do we know about things like the FDA and the CDC and all that now? I knew it before, but a lot of people are just now figuring it out. They couldn't care less. They'll only approve things that will kill you or make you sick. Anything that doesn't, they will try to get rid of. That's how they work. Like I actually just got, in the last few weeks, one of Tesla's designed, Nikola Tesla's, ray machines that cures everything. I've already cured so many people's lifelong sore, like very sore bad backs in 20 minutes with the machine. They've cured people with like stage 4 cancer all through their body with 10, 20-minute sessions. My maid could barely walk anymore. My wife is getting really worried about her. We did 3 sessions of 15 minutes with her. She says her back doesn't hurt at all anymore, and she now goes for walks every day. I've been doing it so much, but I don't really have any physical problems. But man, my energy has been incredible, and actually, I've noticed a lot of things in my body improve. That's all. They'll never want you to know about that. And just so you know, I've actually partnered with them now, and we're gonna start producing these machines. I'll be letting you know about them fairly soon, if you want to get one. Everyone on Earth should like have one. It's like having a hospital in your house. It fixes everything. I even like tweaked my back pretty bad, and I do this about twice a year. In the gym, I'll be doing some like back exercise, and I'll feel this like crack. It's not really a loud crack, but I'll feel it like something clicks. And pretty quickly after that, I can barely walk. And usually for the next week, I can barely walk without like massive pain. I don't know what it is. It's like a nerve or something. Let's see. But so I had this machine and I was in the gym and that happened. And as soon as it happened, I was like, oh man, here comes like a week of barely being able to walk. But then I thought, hey, I've got this Tesla machine right here. I put it on my back. After 15 minutes, I had no problems whatsoever. It was like nothing had happened. Whereas in the past, I guaranteed it would have been a week of pain. Like this thing's amazing. I'll be talking a lot more about that soon. We might have to like sell it discreetly. Maybe on like Dero dark web markets, which are coming, by the way. There's a whole bunch of stuff coming that it's going to be massive. And I'll be letting you know about it. I've already been letting people know more about it in the newsletter. That's again why you should get the newsletter, dollarvigilante.com/subscribe. I'll let people know about that first. And the first place I let people know about it is in the Vigilante Insiders Club. A lot of them already know about it. A lot of them actually already used it. They were at my place when I got it. Lucy. Crossing the road here with Lucy. Anyway. A lot of people are starting to realize just how bad all these frequencies are. Now they're putting out the 5G, which is going to be like way, way worse. We're already hearing about people. They put up the 5G machine tower in their area, and they're like really sick afterwards. And there's even been...
This is really interesting stuff about 5G. And so if you know anyone that's interested in this stuff, share.
Like 250 researchers from more than 40 countries have signed a petition to the United Nations and the World Health Organization expressing serious concern about the non-ionizing electromagnetic field, EMF. Which is kind of a radiation emitted by wireless devices, including Bluetooth technologies.
If you wear Apple AirPods, you may be at risk of something even worse than looking totally cool.
250 scientists from over 40 countries have signed a petition to warn against radio wave radiation from wireless technologies.
Think about AirPods. You put these on your head, they communicate through your brain, and they are very clearly producing a significant amount of microwave electromagnetic field EMF radiation. Look.
Whoa!
Oh, not you again. I've tested it. It's very clear. AirPods are producing a huge amount, and you're wearing them for sometimes hours a day when you're at the gym. There is a solid amount of research, over 1,500 studies, and the vast majority of that research suggests that this microwave radiation is harmful for your body. There's also studies with human sperm showing that when they are exposed to these EMFs, they have more DNA breaks and their motility is impaired. Look, there are easy solutions here. Wired headphones are going to significantly reduce the amount of EMFs, especially if your phone is on airplane mode and you are listening to pre-recorded content while you are using them.
There's even a lot of evidence that every time they come out with a new thing, like radio or television signal or cell phone signal or 4G, then 5G, that a lot of people get sick.
Ever since man began to control electricity in 1746, there has been contamination of the global electrical circuit. And in the book, The Invisible Rainbow, The History of Electricity and Light, the author, Arthur Christensen, argues that influenza is not a contagion, but an electrical disease in response to an electrical disturbance in our atmosphere. And he points out that all past influenza pandemics correspond with new electromagnetic rollouts. With the help of biologist Alfonso Martinez, he proves that man-made electromagnetic radiation causes biological damage to fruit trees, food crops, birds, insects, and other animals, as well as negative ramifications on human health. Because after all, our nervous systems are just electrical systems, and all this man-made electromagnetic pollution can't be good. It's like drastic changes to the Earth's magnetic field can cause illness.
And I actually think it's a lot even like worse than all that. It's not just the frequencies. The frequencies are pretty bad and you want to stay away from them. But they've also got people implanted with Bluetooth codes and MAC addresses now through the lethal injections. And they'll be like programming people and having them programmed by AI. I know it sounds crazy, but I've been saying all this stuff for a while. And you can just see that's what they're doing. So you want to get away from all this kind of stuff. And when those zombies start going crazy, because they're all got their Bluetooth codes and they're all going to be individually controlled by the AI soon, like robots, like zombies, all those zombie movies were just like predictive programming. You won't want to be anywhere near like a cell phone tower, especially a 5G tower. And you know, there's places you can go where they don't have anything. In fact, at Anarchapulco, we had Michael Cobb of ECI Development announce their new place in Nicaragua, which is a completely EMF, low EMF or no EMF community. Yeah, so they're building it right now. It's going to have almost no EMF, no signals at all. It's all going to be hardwired. I think it's one of the smartest places if you're going to live in a community to live. Like at my ranch, it'll be very similar. I'm not going to have anything. It's all going to be hardwired. But if you want to live in a community, and they have things like tiny homes, they even offer mortgages, death contracts, but this is like I'd say it's like a life contract that'll keep you alive. You can even pay in crypto. You can even pay in Monero. You can pay in Pirate Chain. You can pay in Dero, whatever you want. And so yeah, you can go to that. I'll put the website on screen, info.grandpacifica.com/isla/the-$vigilante. Yeah, here's me trying not to notice the radioactive 5G cancer towers. Yeah, I remember 1998, lots of bugs on the windshields as you drove down the highways. Back then, it was the third generation technology. By 2018, they had fourth generation 4G technology, and all of a sudden, a lot of the bugs were gone, and a lot of the bees. Yeah, in 2026, with the 5G, now the person driving the car will be gone. I haven't really suggested this to Mike Cobb of ECI, but I would definitely suggest everyone also paint their roof blue at these developments, their low EMF developments. Like I've shown in Acapulco that they will come after us wherever we are. So you got to be smart. You also got to be like ready, just like we were. We helped recover the city. I knew not to be there because we're so connected. We get messages from the divine. This is kind of stuff you need to do to survive in the apocalypse. But if you end up living in a low EMF community in Nicaragua, which is a beautiful place, very close to here actually, and paint your roof blue, you've got like a way better chance of surviving the apocalypse than most people.
I think he's not lying.
And you know, they might not kill everyone in the next couple of years, but whoever they don't kill, they want to put into these smart city concentration camps and make them eat the bugs. So if you don't want to do that, you better get ready. And they've already started putting out all this propaganda to little kids in the government indoctrination camps like this. Lots of kids are eating bugs. You can educate others. They're tasty. Bugs can't make us sick like meat can. Yes, they can. They don't have to look like bugs. They keep us strong and healthy. They're good for the environment. They can help end world hunger. It's cool to try new things. They can help us stay fit and trim. Yeah, you probably stay pretty trim if you're just getting your 6 cockroaches per day is your rations in the smart city concentration camps. And they're planning on doing a lot of this stuff. And a lot of people are going to sign up for it. And they're going to give them drugs and the Apple glasses. and basically just kill them all and probably feed them to the other people who are still alive in like Soylent Green type stuff. Like that was also predictive programming. It's amazing. And a lot of people are like gonna jump at the chance. It's like, hey, you're gonna get universal basic income. You don't have to pay rent. You get free goggles, all unlimited entertainment,
and they're not going to commit to this. I mean, they're going to commit to it. They're not going to follow through with this stuff. So Biden just literally announced within the last day or whenever that he's going to give $400 to Americans, like monthly, like a month. It's insane how people are going to be duped into thinking that that's a good thing and actually helping them, and that they're not paying way more in taxes for that. It's I just can't. I like
porn and free food, which.
And there's people still in Hawaii, Lahaina, that are waiting for houses to be built, for money to come in, looking for their fucking kids.
Which is like a few cockroaches. And then soon after that, Soylent Green, as they recycle all the other people. As you also get your 8 lethal injections. Like they're on the.
Like he's exaggerating a lot of things, you know, and he's doing it again, like to add flavor and drama and stuff like that to the videos. They're great videos. And like he's talking about the apocalypse and the end of the world and all this other stuff. Again, like these are all just he's just talking about like the worst case scenarios. These are things that have happened in the past. It's talked about now. And so he's just saying the what ifs.
The 9th COVID's booster now. And people are still getting it.
Yep.
It's like, oh, they say we should take another one, 9th one. I think I joked in the past, like how far are they going to take this? I don't think I even imagined 9. Like how far is it going to go? 50? Probably. But we live in incredible times. The AI stuff's getting really interesting. There's a lot of cool stuff about it too. Like here's a really cool short film called Capital of Conformity, made with AI, which really shows you where they want to take a lot of people.
You. Yes, you. Do you dread waking up in the morning? Are you feeling helpless in your society? Perhaps even a bit lost? Well, look no further. At the Capitol, we offer an escape, a new beginning, a lifetime of unending joy. We have an abundance of attractions so captivating, you'll wonder how you ever lived without them. Let's take a look, shall we? Take a ride on the Cosmic Carnival. Let go of decisions and let the carnival choose each thrill for you. Simply sit back and soak in fun. Getting hungry? Make your way to Brightside Bistro, where you can feast until your heart's content. And if that's not enough to satisfy your craving, choose from our exquisite line of automatons, a companion that never strays, never tires, and always obeys. As you traverse our radiant metropolis, bring our latest gizmo, the mood on the go. With the swipe of a thumb, alter your mood instantly and experience any emotion you wish. You can also use it to instantaneously replace your companion if things go south. How convenient. And our most popular attraction, the Dream Machine. Relive your most cherished moments in vivid, extraordinary detail. No need to cling to old photos.
Crazy.
Live in the past forever.
Live in the past forever.
You might be wondering, what's the cost for such a paradise? Well, dear viewer, some prices aren't paid in gold or silver. We only ask you for one thing.
Your soul.
Your identity.
The solution to the world's problems? Keep all of these people in 15-minute cells with chips in their brains to trace them and moderate their megalomania. Feed them bugs 3 times daily, no eggs, no meat, no personal cars, no jets, no cast stoves. Make them wear masks, mRNA vaxes every 3 months, surveil every move they make. Don't let them communicate with each other, censor every word they say, and take away all their property. In other words, put them in jail, and we will be happy. You know what? We can do stuff like that if enough people do the work. You have to become like a Jedi, like superhuman. I'm ready to go right now. If enough people are ready to go, we can go in and take out all these people. It'll be easy. But we need more people, and I don't see it yet. I've actually never really met.
I say completely the opposite of that. Making me choke. Oh my goodness. It's the same joint that I've been smoking throughout. Oh my God. This is what I keep on saying. It needs to be peaceful. It needs to be people getting held accountable, and it needs to be people within government that holds our own responsible in a peaceful way, and jail, etc., right? Fired, resignations, investigations, money given back, charges, all of that stuff that needs to happen. Accessing the higher levels of emotion, higher levels of consciousness.
Hardly anyone who's done all the work. Actually, I don't think I know anyone who's done all the work. I haven't really fully done all the work. I'm still working on it. But I'm getting pretty close now. I do hours per day. I now got the Tesla machine. I'm doing some protocols that like no one's ever imagined. It's gonna be pretty amazing. I'll be talking more about that in the future. But yeah, we finished in Acapulco. I know a lot of people are sad. I keep seeing all the messages of people who have gone back to their normal lives with their normies all around them. I find it amazing how hard it is to find other awakened ones in the general area. They always seem to be scattered all over the world. As I pondered it deeper, I realized we've been placed strategically all over the planet perfectly and for a reason. Like conduits to awaken the general areas around us and spread the lights in our areas until it reaches all over the world and meets as one. Yeah, so that could be the case. It could be just the kind of people coming to Acapulco are the only sort of enlightened ones. Like obviously there's people who'd like to come but just couldn't. They're probably as well, but there's not many. There's like, maybe a few thousand, maybe 50,000, 100,000, I don't know. But maybe we are all spread out for a reason. So, just...
I'm in Canada.
Now that Acapulco's over, for those of you that missed it, and by the way, I've heard now, I thought we were going to lose about $50,000 this year. There's been a number of things that have happened, a lot of good things. Some people made some donations. Thank you very much for that. Some more people bought the virtual replays. Thank you very much for that. There were some accounting things that we didn't notice. We renegotiated a few things. We're now down to about $5,000 to $10,000 loss.
Amazing. Amazing.
And so the Acapulco team's like super happy. Like whenever we like don't lose money or like don't lose much, we're super happy. And they would love if we could break even on this year. So I said to them, let's offer a one-time time-limited offer for the almost 60 hours of virtual replays at half price. So they cost $150. If you go to anarchapulco.com/AV and you use the affiliate code TDV for the Dollar Vigilante, for just the next few days, you'll get half price, so $75. I can't tell you how much you will enjoy so much of these talks.
When he said TDV, I just wanted to say it. Like I thought he said meant Truth, Duty, Valor, and that was the RMC motto. And so, just a fun fact. That's my university.
It's nearly 60 hours of some of the most amazing people on earth, all giving you their best information, advice, inspiration. For $75, it's basically $1 an hour. And if we can get just like a few hundred people get that, I don't know the math, but we need to make about 5,000 to 10,000 to break even. Then we'll break even. And then you'll get like a huge amount of benefits. Like there were so many incredible talks. Like I can't, you have to see it yourself to believe it. How's everyone doing? I'm just here for the tacos. And I'm having like an epiphany. Because he's like, it's all an illusion. But people just think it's real. And so they keep filling out the forms and signing. And then they come to them and go, hey, you owe us money because of this document. And they just go, oh, I'm sorry, Matt.
I also did an exchange at West Point Military Academy for a semester. Right after I finished phase 3 infantry training, passed it, the only female, the first female in the history of the Patricias. The following summer, I went on to be the first official female of the Patricias for officers when I did the phase 4 infantry training. But there was a 77% failure rate on the phase 4 infantry training that I was a part of, the only female, like I mentioned. And even to get there, you have to go through like a basic training, very, very long, a few months long, and then a common army phase. And then, and that's a few months long. And these are during the summers. And then university and military job stuff and sports and stuff like that during the school year and stuff like that. Very, very busy periods of time. West Point did an exchange, and their motto, because again with RMC, was truth, beauty, valor. So truth, number one on the list. That's why I try to tell the truth, right? That's also part of our motto. So people from RMC, especially, if you have an RMC degree or you went to friggin' RMC and like you're lying to people, shame on you. You know, you're fucking going. So the West Point Pledge, the code adopted was based largely on West Point's honor code, but was modified slightly to its current wording. We will not lie, steal, or cheat, nor tolerate among us anyone who does. And for here, it was this is the real one. This is or tolerate those who do. That's how I know it as. A cadet will not lie, cheat, steal, or tolerate those who do. And so now it's the same thing. Like people that I know that are from West Point Military Academy, like the grads and stuff like that came on to be officers in the U.S. Army, Air Force, Navy, all these other branches, and or went off to do other things. Like, guys, girls, come on. If you're knowingly friggin' lying to people, then like you're not friggin' abiding by the friggin' pledge either. Right? It's frustrating that people are like, I don't know. There's honor codes, people. That should mean something to people. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it should mean something to people.
NASA, but you don't have to. You don't have to do any of that stuff. So you can get out of the matrix now.
Larkin Rose made a comment. His comment was like, it was ridiculous. I don't know what it was even about, but he said something about answering a question. And I'm looking at all my friggin' comments and my notifications on my YouTube. I don't even know what he's talking about. Like I don't see what question he asked me, because again, I debunked and refuted like his friggin' stupid, whatever it was, gravity thing. Anyway, this guy, like, oh my God. But I'm still waiting on a reply back, but like I would debate that guy in a friggin' second live. And or even pre-recorded, but he'll never accept an invite from Dave Weiss or Jeranism or Mark Sargent or Eric Dubé or anyone, because as soon as he does, he's done. He's over. Like his channel is going to be toast.
In every single way, with all the paperwork stuff, never have to pay tax. Like they even get passport. It's crazy. The people who run the Matrix, if they're even people, they don't mind if we free ourselves from the Matrix. They don't even mind if we help one or two or three other people free themselves from the Matrix. They don't want us waking up everybody.
Robot says, hey, look.
It's sad.
You guys can keep your little game pulling people out of the Matrix. That's fine. You go and wake up my sheep, I'm going to smash Zion. That's the rule. Don't forget it. This knowledge is powerful. It can liberate you, but do not use it politically. It will get you killed. But the devil's in the details, folks. The devil is statute law. The devil is the realm we're in. You want to go up against the devil, you got to learn the tricks. Just like if you go into an MMA fight. But your best shot of getting through what's coming is to get on the land, get independent, have agency over your resources.
So let's say that one of those rare situations occurs when you do need to go to the hospital. Well, it's a pretty sticky situation as soon as you walk in the door. They're going to give you some forms to sign. And if you read those forms carefully, they basically want you to give away all your rights and all your assets. So once you realize the foundation of much of modern allopathic medicine, which is based around germ theory, because even with diseases that they say they don't know what the cause, they say we suspect a virus is the cause. Things like type 1 diabetes, for example, of course, without even a modicum of evidence.
Now, I don't believe any flat, round, globe, hollow, holographic. It could be any one of them. I can prove to you it's any one you want. You tell me which one you want to believe. Give me 2 days to prepare a slideshow and I'll convince you that you're correct. And it's what the collective consciousness believes it is what it will ultimately be. And what it is a prison and a soul farm. So don't be so concerned about death. Don't be so concerned about all this stuff. Realize that you're here to grow yourself to your fullest potential. And this is just the exam. The main event comes after you leave this realm. So you just go with the flow and believe in yourself. That's what this is about.
How it comes on, how the end happens, the collapse. This is not about a revolution or an insurrection or a completely fake insurrection that wasn't anything like an insurrection. It's about people's change of mind resulting in disobedience and resistance. If one person says, you don't have the right to rule me, and everybody else goes, yeah, he does, you get a tank in your living room, that's the end of that. If everyone says, yeah, we don't think they have the right to rule us, the power evaporates. You could say, well, how do you resist the armies? The armies of who? The people who no longer feel like those guys have the right to rule. Oh, crap, your army left. But notice that the idea that matters is the obligation to obey. And without that, the game falls apart regardless of everything else. They don't even need to understand how all the scams worked. They just need to stop believing in authority, which means they need to grow up.
Crushes your reality. So eventually I had to learn this. I want my reality crushed. Bring it. I want to stand in the light of God. I want to face the demons, which are always internal. I want to face the paper tigers. I want to be in there with fasting and prayer and fight on. There's nothing more wonderful and more fulfilling than your own success. That you go out and you set your goals and you achieve them. There's nothing more fulfilling. And fuck the system.
And those are just some of the bigger speakers. There's, David Icke did an incredible talk. Whitney Webb was even on there. And so many people that you haven't even heard of before talking about incredible things that, like, you really should get this. And, it's about 60 hours. So if you watched one per day, they're about 40 minutes each. It would take you a couple of months to watch it all. But it would like be a massive upgrade in your life to get this information and be inspired by it every single day. And it's only $75, and you'd be helping us out to break even. And that helps us to continue on with the event. So yeah, go to narcobook.com.
Okay, so I'm already running super late, but I've already taken my dogs for a bike ride earlier. Oh my God, the weather's not the greatest the last few days, which is unfortunate. Whatever, but raining and very windy. And we're still in like winter months, right? We're not spring yet. And so it was pretty friggin' chilly, not gonna lie. And so, but yeah, so I'm not rushed out the door. I'm not gonna be working out again today just because I don't feel like it. I know that's bad. And I guess a bike ride with the dogs should be considered exercise, like I should count that. But again, just because of yesterday and today with trolls about friggin' COVID, I just wanted to share another video. I haven't watched this one yet. It's called The Truth About Viruses from Eric Dubay. So again, he's another person that I hope becomes a millionaire or a billionaire off of his content. And let's see what this is about.
I'll tell you something else about bacteria and viruses. I want you to picture this.
And I will say that I have videos on this for years. We had Pat King took Alberta to court. Dina Hinshaw, Bonnie Henry, and these friggin' lobbyists, corrupted lobbyists, and they proved and dropped his court case against them because they were not able to prove that they isolated a variant, right? Because they're talking about a virus with COVID-19, of course, gain of function, a manipulated virus, sure, but all these different variants they're talking about, they're not once have they been isolated.
In your city, the
countless videos on COVID, the pandemic, side effects, you name it. I have. Just take a look at Rumble Dawn 189, DAWN 189.
Garbage collectors have just gone on strike. So you have had no pickup for your garbage in, say, 3 weeks. Well, your garbage can is overflowing. And what is happening is that you're collecting mice and rats and flies and all sorts of other vermin and insects because they feed on the rotting garbage.
Yep.
So it is rotting garbage that attracts the vermin that clean it up. if we didn't have those kinds of animals to clean up the mess and vultures to clean up the dead animals in the road, the world would be overrun with the carcasses of dead animals and all sorts of garbage. So these vermin are very important to clean up the dead and dying tissue. But let me ask you, if you see a dead animal in the road, did it attract the vulture or did the vulture attract the dead animal? Well, obviously, the dead animal attracted the vulture, the cleanup crew. It's the same way. It's the rotting garbage, the dead and dying tissue and the rotting garbage, meat and other things, that attracts the cleanup crew. And it attracts the rats and the mice and the insects. So think about this. It is the rotting tissue that attracts the cleanup crew, not the other way around. So we have all these things to clean up the earth. Well, God has given us a cleanup system for our body as well. And guess what they are? They're bacteria and viruses. Bacteria and viruses do not cause disease. Now, this is different from everything you have ever heard. And this goes back 150 years between Pasteur, who was the one who developed the pasteurization of milk, Pasteur and Beauchamp.
Are you saying it's not the bugs, it's the terrain?
Well, yes, it is. It's your immune system. What it is you damage your immune system by the way you live, think, act, eat, and handle stress, and you cause the dead and dying tissue. And we are covered with bacteria and viruses all the time. They're all over our skin. They're in our nose. They're in our mouth. They're in our gastrointestinal tract. They never bother us until we get our immune system in bad shape by not getting enough sleep, by eating too much sugar, by eating a bunch of processed crap food, or by being angry and triggering our fight or flight reaction, which pours cortisol into our body and suppresses our immune system. We give ourselves disease.
Lack of sun exposure.
And it's the bacteria and viruses that come in to clean up the mess. They are the cleanup crew, just like the rats and the other vermin and the vultures that clean up the dead tissue. We have dead and dying tissue in our body when we don't treat our body correctly by properly living, thinking, acting, eating, and handling stress. So we cause the disease. And it's the cleanup crew that comes in to clean it up. But when it cleans up the toxins and pours them into the bloodstream, and then those toxins sometimes give us a headache, and then we feel sick, and it gives us a stomach ache. It's the toxins that the bacteria and virus are cleaning up. Just remember, the pile of garbage attracts the cleanup crew. So as I say frequently, germs don't cause disease any more than flies cause garbage. Flies do not cause garbage. Garbage attracts flies. It's the dead and dying tissue in our body from the way we are abusing our body by the way we were living, thinking, acting, eating, and handling stress that attract the cleanup crew. All these bacteria and viruses that are in our body, in our nose, in our mouth, on our skin, don't bother us at all as long as our immune system is working properly. But then when we don't have enough sleep, we eat too much sugar or what, and then we have damaged our body, then the cleanup crew comes in to clean it up. But then we go to the doctor and get a drug, maybe an antibiotic or something, that stops the clean out process. So when we do that over and over again, first of all, the antibiotics that you take will wipe out the good bacteria in your colon, which are 33% of your entire immune system. So you can't fight disease. So when they talk about autoimmune disease, oh, your immune system gets too strong, and that's why you get rheumatoid arthritis and all these other things. That's baloney. That is absolute baloney. That's like saying, don't get too healthy, because if you're too healthy, you'll be sick. You can't have an immune system that's too strong.
Oh my God. And I don't know about in the US, but in Canada, there's like the people are saying now, and it's ridiculous. Like people that are fake journalists, but like the mainstream media, what we're classifying them as, and elected officials are calling people that work out in Canada right-wing right-wing white supremacists. Yeah, it's crazy. Like anyone that's following a healthy lifestyle, like I've been working out since I was like my whole life, but like at the gym since I was a teenager, and now for some reason I'm a white supremacist right winger. I've voted for multiple different parties in my life. I don't even identify as a political person. Honestly, I want to get truth and facts out. You know, it's crazy. It's just crazy and mind-boggling. And again, it's only people that are extremely brainwashed that are believing this stuff or watching this stuff anymore. But it's still enough of an amount where it's continuing to be perpetuated.
That's like being too healthy. It's a suppression of your immune system by the way you're eating, living, and handling stress. That is the problem, not that it's too strong. So doctors work at the wrong end of every single disease. Let me give you an example. If you have a child, 8-year-old child, who's very sick with the chicken pox, and the child has chicken pox marks in his skin, would you take that child to the surgeon and say, oh, cut out all the chicken pox marks in my son's skin so he'll be well? Well, no parent would ever do that. They know that the chicken pox marks in the skin are a result of a sick body. When the sick body gets well, the chicken pox marks will automatically go away. The problem is the sick body, not the chicken pox marks in the skin. They're a result of the sick body. Yep. By the way, it's the same way with cancer. And that's how I got well from 4th stage cancer.
And shingles.
The cancer is not the problem. It is a sick body. And the problem is most people don't feel sick when they're diagnosed with cancer, but their body is very sick. Their immune system is very suppressed in order to develop cancer. And so the doctors are always trying to cut out the tumor, burn out the tumor with radiation, poison out the tumor with chemotherapy, all of which usually kills the patient before it kills the cancer. But what I did to get well from cancer is I changed everything about my life. Because of my work and because of things I was doing, I was abusing my body. I never drank. I didn't do drugs, but I was operating night and day, sometimes 72 hours straight. I drank a lot of coffee in order to do that. Because as a trauma surgeon, when you've got patients lined up outside of your operating room who will die if you don't operate on them or be maimed for life, you can't say, I'm tired, I'm going home. You have to stay there and do it. So I ate a lot of sugar. I drank a lot of coffee in order to stay awake to help these people, but I was destroying my body. And so what I did as a doctor, I knew doctors don't get anybody well from any disease. That's why I became a trauma surgeon. Because if you're run over by a truck, if you fall out a window, if you're shot or stabbed, you need somebody like me to put you back together. But that's not a disease, that's trauma. That's not caused by the way you live, think, act, eat, and handle stress. That's an accident. Doctors never get anybody well from diseases because they give you drugs, which cause additional diseases and only treat the symptoms, never the underlying cause. Or they cut off your body parts or cut out your organs. Well, I had breast cancer. I knew I didn't develop breast cancer because I had too many breasts. So cutting one or both of them off was not going to cure me. But doctors are all brainwashed, and that's all they know how to do. And so they work at the wrong end of every disease. And it's the same way with this. They're working at the wrong end. And they'll tell you, oh, you know, have all sorts of cleaning agents in your house. And it's a good thing to wash your hands, definitely, with soap. You don't need all these other crazy things to do it. And because they're trying to work at the wrong end, what you need to do is you need to rebuild your immune system so you won't get the disease. But people are eating fast food. They're eating lots of sugar. They're drinking lots of energy drinks. They're destroying their body with a lot of coffee and soda and alcohol and anger and lack of forgiveness and not enough sunlight and not enough sleep at the proper time of night and not enough drinking water. Get your body well, and then you're not going to get the disease because germs don't cause disease. It's your sick body that you have done to yourself that puts you in a vulnerable position to get sick, and then the bacteria and viruses just move in to clean up the mess.
First, consider that we live in a world where everything is toxic. The soil, the water, the air, our food, even our medicines
yeah.
are toxic. Even stress can be toxic.
ODD or Odd TV is great too. Check.
Now imagine that all these toxins are poisonous to us on a cellular level. Imagine that our cells have a defense and respond to the situation. Poisoned genetic material, either RNA or DNA, is packaged up and sent out of the cell in tiny balls of protein. Let's call these balls of genetic material exosomes. Let's imagine that exosomes can act as messages to alert other cells of a particular poison, and so all throughout the body, more and more cells package up the poisoned material and release it. Also, at certain times of the year, due to temperature cycles, humans tend to purge a high number of these poisoned genetic materials out of the body, resulting in symptoms of illness. These exosomes neither cause illness nor are they infectious, though they do appear to spread throughout the body. Now, that's exosome theory. Let's move on to the established theory of viruses. Viruses are generally regarded as not alive. They have no cellular structure and do not reproduce on their own, though we do have trillions of them inside our bodies. They are tiny bits of genetic material, either RNA or DNA, packaged in tiny protein balls that appear to exit and enter cells. Sound familiar? We believe that some of these entities are infectious and pathogenic, transmitting amongst humans and reproducing inside our bodies, causing illness and death.
So disease is based on pleomorphism.
So I'm looking at my YouTube and I'm looking at my live feed, and it's saying there's 3 views on this video. And as I'm live, this doesn't count Rumble. This is just YouTube. I'm seeing 17 people that are watching. Which, again, it's not a lot, but I appreciate it. That's a lot more than like I would have, because like I like shadow bans and stuff like that. But again, I'm so like, even with views and stuff like that, like I don't know if that's actually how many people are watching. I know there's people that watch incognito. But yeah, like on YouTube, when I look at my own friggin' channel, it says there's 3 views. Come on.
Not monomorphism.
Lie.
What that means is pleomorphism means an agent, let's call it a virus, let's call it a bacteria, can change its form depending on the environment it's in. A bacterium can become a fungus. It can actually change itself.
Like there's 5 likes and 3 views. So there's more likes than views. Like this is what I mean. Like it's hard.
Depending on where it's at.
I mean, Canada.
That's not discussed. They create vaccine for a bacteria, for a thing. But they don't talk about the fact that that thing can change based on the solution it's in. Right? There's no money in that, I guess, for them, right? So creating a vaccine with the idea that you're trying to prevent a disease from coming into the body from whatever, a bite, airborne, food, whatever, okay, is based on absolute fraud theory of how disease forms in the first place. Okay? It is not based on truth. It is not based on science. It is not based on actual fact of what we know.
You know, there's a book by Klaus Conlon, and it's titled How the Medical Industry Continually Invents Epidemics, Making billion-dollar profits at our expense. And he shows that the alleged contagious viruses are just, in fact, particles produced by the cells themselves as a consequence of certain stress factors. So there's a lot of information out there. We need to discover a lot more information. And like I said, this is not a very popular topic, and there's not many people out there blowing the whistle on it. But I think that there are enough questions to be asked in this regard. Are viruses in fact real, or do they not exist? Can we not prove that they exist?
So I encourage you to listen to this very important podcast that is our first real evidence that viruses don't even exist. David and Dawn spent 10 years researching this topic and
that is another Dawn.
Came out with their book in December 2019. I don't believe in coincidences, so I believe this came out just in time to show the world that viruses do not exist. I believe it's also here to disprove the whole V agenda, plus the evil's lies that prompted them to start their ongoing war and Holocaust using this CV hoax to frighten and control the entire world.
I've got Dawn Lester and David Parker, who are the joint authors of a new book called What Really Makes You Ill? Everything You Thought You Knew About Disease is Wrong. So it turns out to have been quite prophetic timing for this book dropping when it did, just before this current narrative all went off the chart. So really good to have Dawn and David on the line today. Welcome, folks.
Thank you very much, Mark. It's lovely to be able to talk to you.
Yeah, definitely. Hi, Mark.
Well, what else would we be doing today? So, yeah, the timing of your book turned out to be quite portentous, didn't it, in the end? Not that I guess you knew it would be.
No, we didn't, because we actually have been working on this book for 10 years, would you believe? Because it's and that's why it's sort of an 800-page tome with 40 pages of references. So it's a big book. So yeah,
funny.
We started writing this a long time before this present situation, shall we say, appeared on the scene. And we sort of released it about Christmas time, 2019. So literally just before this chaos hit the world. So absolutely. So yeah, you know, we believe in these things. So things come along at the right time. So it's working out well.
Absolutely. So what inspired you to write this book in the first place? What was the process that led to that, just briefly?
Okay, well, it literally was from personal experiences, particularly in my life with friends and family who'd over the years had been diagnosed with cancers of various types.
Yep.
And who had all taken the prescribed treatments, whether it's chemotherapy, radiotherapy, done exactly what the doctors had said, and they all died. So, and as I've often said to people, but I had one relative, elderly lady, who quite rightly refused to have anything to do with the medical establishment. She'd been diagnosed with a cancer, but she wouldn't have any treatment. She said, "I'll just, you know, it'll be whatever it is." And over a period of a year, 2 years maybe, because they kept monitoring her, they said to her, "Well, we're pleased to tell you that your cancer's completely gone." So that was the first real big thing where I thought, well, there's something terribly wrong here. All the people that I know, close family and friends, that did exactly what they were told, took the treatments, all died. And the one lady who said, "I'm having nothing to do with you, medical establishment," lived. So I think that was a real kickoff point for me. And the more we looked into it, the more we realized that everything we thought about the medical establishment being based on an exact science, we realized that was not the case. And the more we dug, the more we realized that was the case. So we decided that a book needed to be written about it, because we were quite shocked, because up until that point, we, like everyone else, we thought the medical establishment knew what it was doing, because they told us they did, and they wore white coats, of course. So anyone in a white coat knows what they're talking about. And we started to look, and one of the first things we examined, purely by chance, was the HIV/AIDS epidemic, so-called. And we started to look into that and realized there was a big controversy as to quite whether a virus had ever been isolated, and quite what the actual circumstances of the AIDS epidemic was. We could see the governments of the world was telling us it was, you know, the worst thing that had ever happened, and there was going to be millions and millions worldwide die from it, whether you were homosexual or heterosexual. You know, it was everyone was going to die. It was one of these doomsday predictions, which of course never came to pass. And I think it was based on the same sort of modelling that Neil Ferguson, is it? Professor Neil Ferguson. I think it was based on the same modelling as he's used for the present situation, and that's not accurate either.
What they sell us, or what they sold the world as being viral particles, are not viral particles. And you're just going to borrow you the latest issue of Scientific American, and there you will find on page 50 the explanation what they are showing to us. cellular particles for export, import of proteins and other materials produced by certain cells. And they look exactly the same, what they're showing us, as HIV. So this is one explanation for what we see in those electron micrographs. And on a molecular level, they detect HIV only by indirect means. They say, if you are positive, it means if you have antibody against some proteins, you are positive. But it's a clear circular argument because they have no viral proteins. They just come up using proteins which in the mixture of those cells and those cells were prepared under severe conditions, isolating the proteins without showing this gel, using those proteins in the AIDS test, in the HIV antibody test, wrongly claiming those are HIV-specific proteins. And if you bind against those proteins, you said you are HIV positive. But this is a circular argument because they produced under very stressful conditions those proteins. And imagine if your body under very stressful conditions produces the same proteins, your body reacts in building antibodies against those proteins, thus resulting in positivity. And of course, if you think about the hemophiliacs, which were since 1969 were given prophylactically factor VIII preparation, which was forbidden before because they were afraid of antibody production against those factor preparations because they're very impure. Only 99%, no, 0.3% is pure activity. The rest is cellular debris, proteins, foreign proteins. There, all the liver diseases coming from the case of hemophiliacs. And of course, this results in positivity. They have huge amounts of foreign proteins introduced to their body. The body makes antibodies against, and then they come up with a positive HIV test.
The background of AIDS, and we are absolutely sure about this, is the antibiotic resistance catastrophe, killing people in hospitals like flies, because there are no antibiotics available without resistance in some bacteria. So in a state of immune suppression in the hospital, a lot of people come down with bacterial infections. This is called sepsis because of blood poisoning. When too much bacteria are growing and producing toxins, this is going to kill them in a state of reduced immunity. And we had these problems already in the beginning of the 70s. There have been kind of emergency conferences dealing with the problem because they were scared that resistance would spread and they have no antibiotica available. So they invented a very strong antibioticum, and it's not an antibioticum to say it's pure chemotherapy. It's a double folic acid antagonist. The good old sulfonamide and two of them put together would kill every microbe. But the problem is they were scared that in the gay scene, new resistance would develop and spread into the population. It was in June 81 when the first publication came out, published by the Centers of Disease Control, saying 5 men had PCP and 2 of them died, even being treated with Septrim, this last or the strongest antibioticum available. AIDS started partly when they said that it's possible to measure the strength of the immune system, analyzing or counting T4 cells, the so to say helper cells. But that's not possible, and it has already been published in 81 in the journal JAMA, Journal of the American Medical Association, saying that it makes no sense to count subsets even of lymphocytes because there was never a correlation. It could be high or low and people are healthy or ill. It doesn't matter. So this was already known. But the problem was at this time already that in medicine, people would not look to the facts, but what is possible to sell on the market, because it was the year 1977 when it became possible to patent medical techniques. So they wouldn't care if there's any a clinical meaning behind those measurements, but they just sold it on the market. And the model of immunology would say at this time, if the immune system is weak, so cancer would appear. And that has been fundamentally mistaken, and it was wrong when they said it in 81. They knew it already in 1980 that this has been wrong. The immune surveillance theory of cancer came into existence when the war against cancer failed. They were working with the test, with cells in the test tube, and say, look, we have a high activity of reverse transcription, therefore a virus must be inside, and the virus is the cause of cancer. But the nature of cancer, it's much different. And when they found reverse transcription everywhere, they gave up the idea that retroviruses would cause cancer. And they were not speaking about it anymore, but wasted billions of dollars into this and developed chemotherapy based on this idea that the multiplication of genetic material, and they were thinking of the viruses, should be blocked. So they developed molecules which were incorporated in a growing chain of newly to build up genetic material, and which would kill the build-up or prevent the build-up of this genetic molecule, and the cell eventually has to die. The idea of retroviruses in cancer is long over, but the chemotherapy still is there because it's sold, and they have no idea why, no rational explanation why they are using chemotherapy. We know what is reverse transcription. That's the repair of mechanism of the ends of the chromosomes. Yeah? And therefore we have high activity in cancer cells or Montagnier embryonic cells. But Montagnier never said that he found the virus of AIDS. He said this could be probably an effect and to be carefully studied. When he came up with his first test, he tested 30% of the American blood donators, so let's say the general population, he tested them positive. And the industry said, no, go home, Gallo. We won't buy your test because this is going to destroy our business. And the only thing what he did, he lowered the sensitivity of the antibody test. And that you can read in your library. You shouldn't believe me a single word. That's about science. Check it. I'm not speaking about thesis, opinions, or things, foggy things. No, everything is there, and we'll reach the bottom line. There's no way out. They designed a test to select gay people, and when, of course, he's stimulating the cell with all kind of mitogens, carcinogens, and he, of course, added hydrocortisone, which he hasn't published. But this matters. They added hydrocortisone like people under persistent stress, hypercortisolism, that the same proteins are produced. To say that all of you have to die, how unfair, how unjust, how cruel. They went too far, declaring an absolute death sentence in AIDS. From the first 5 cases, only 2 died, the 3 survived. So that's very clear that they built it up a system of belief because they were misusing the gay scene of New York City from 78 till 80 in order to isolate the hepatitis B vaccine out of them. So they perfectly...
So AIDS, autoimmune disease or disorder, human immunodeficiency virus, that's HIV, and then AIDS. Acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. Acquired can be by virtue of your sexual partners, by virtue of being infected and cross-contaminating the blood barrier because of anal sex by women or men experiencing anal sex. You could tear your colon, and through that transmission, you can like people get they acquire autoimmune diseases and things like that, or deficiencies or syndromes. And we're also seeing the vaccine side effects that I've reported. So when you say AIDS, it's autoimmune deficiency. VAIDS would be vaccine acquired. Okay, so I've been saying VAIDS for a very long time. And that might be a term that finally does make its rounds, which is disgusting, but I guess it's a reality. But when I go in to right from just from 20, so this is like now, the lock date was 16 March 2022, so almost 2 years ago exactly. This has been known. So I just type in autoimmune. Got here autoimmune anemia that was known about over 2 years ago, or 2 years ago now. Hemolytic anemia. Autoimmune neutropenia, a lot of cases of that. Autoimmune thyroiditis. Hypothyroidism. Autoimmune thyroid disorder. You know what I mean? This is what I'm saying too, that the thyroid disorders, they break it down in different ways. Hypothyroidism, just to make it look like it's not as many, but it could all be under the same friggin' category. Like they're totally at the bottom, but uveitis, autoimmune pancreatitis, autoimmune colitis, autoimmune hepatitis. Like this is all vaccine-induced adverse events reported 2 years ago. And it was also reported over 3 years ago now. And then look, autoimmune disorders, general, like neck, autoimmune disorders, a lot. And then immune and associated conditions. Look at this. Bacille, Calmette-Guerin scar reactivation, decreased immune responsiveness, like latent autoimmune diabetes in adults, autoimmune arthritis, encephalitis, autoimmune, see, like again, they are friggin' just wanting to hide this. Autoimmune lung disease, pneumonitis, like, and then you've got the myocarditis, pericarditis that I've shown as well. Blistering disease, like, Jesus. So autoimmune disorders, very serious, really frustrating that we have people that are still trying to hide this within all levels of friggin' government. Appalling. So I'm just going to see here what it says. Autoimmune. Excuse me. Okay. You can't see that, so I'm just going to... Oh, no, you can't see. Okay. So like I just pulled up the February 2021, so over 3 years ago now, reports. And you're seeing it here, immune-mediated autoimmune disorders. We're trying to bury this so much. Autoimmune anemia, autoimmune aplastic anemia, arthritis, dermatitis. Like, I'm not even mentioning them all. Like, this is friggin' terrifying stuff. And this again was known. This is just from Pfizer, and these VAERS that were actually reported. There was political and financial incentive to not report. So only 3 to 5% of VAERS were actually reported. Okay, and this is just Pfizer. This doesn't include Moderna, so you can double it already. It doesn't include J&J or AstraZeneca, or Zeneca. I just want to make sure that you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Novavax or the others. So, and this is all buried. And the excessive deaths are all buried. The turbo cancers are all friggin' buried. Crazy friggin' people. Lots on cancers, and they call it neoplasma as well. Breast cancers, like brain cancers, endometrial, gastric. There's so many cancers, and turbo cancers like thyroid cancers. Okay. Neoplasms and tumors, blood clots. Cancer. They like to call things different things. Because then when you don't add them all, you're not able to add it all up. Breast cancer, you know what I mean? When they're calling it breast neoplasms or malignant or benign, you know, no. Cervix, central nervous system, cardiovascular. And so like you're seeing all these cancers come out in the last, since 2021. You might think it has something to do with this. Even micropenis is a side effect. Leukemia, by the way. Neoplasm tumor. Anyway, they call clots another thing too, so they don't call it a clot. They call it thrombo. Anyway, there's other names for it, but like even this coagulation and bleeding. Myocardial. Myocardial disorders. Myocardial infarction. So many of these. And these were fatal, by the way. And like I repeatedly had said, 3 to 5% of the actual VAERS were reported. And now the estimation is that approximately 17 million people internationally that died because of the vaccine, and will continue to, because between the 2 to 5 year mark of the mRNA therapeutics in trials, 11.4 whatever it was, 23.6% of those people in that population with the heart issues with those mRNA therapeutics, people had heart attacks and died within a 2 to 5 year period. And again, like it's different, a little different, whatever. And like there's like new ways to treat and you know, detox and fast and get healthier and all that other stuff within your own life. And the microtesticles look bigger.
Knew already what kind of proteins and what kind of anti-proteins, the antibodies, they have inside their blood and inside their body. So it was very easy for the ones who set up antibody tests to produce similar proteins like the body would produce under persistent stress. And that has been done. Think about Septrim, you know. The FDA says this should be given only a 14 days maximum. Otherwise, your own blood picture is going to be destroyed irreversibly, means for the rest of the life, because the damages became inherited. Because it's Septrim, it's pure chemotherapy, it acts on a genetic level. This is why those kind of antibiotica are so effective, because they are destroying the genetic material of the bacteria, the damages are accumulating, and there is no repair. But the damages are accumulating inside our cells as well. And therefore, this is the reason why AIDS, it's of greatest importance to everybody, but out of completely different reason. Because humankind is in danger to destroy its own genetic material using this kind of antibiotica and chemotherapy, which would destroy the genetic material of our mitochondria. This is the name of those bacteria inside our cell producing the energy. And then we go lower and lower with energy production. And this is what we are seeing. And if we then have no regenerative power, then it becomes a big problem. Drug abusers, who some of them live under persistent stress, or they get dirty.
Oh, just in case you thought I was lying about the micropenis, because the joke was made. I could be a little OCD, so I like to share my work. Male reproductive tract disorders congenital. VAERS reported. Lock date 22. It's 2 years ago. Boom. Micropenis. What the F? So that's what I'm thinking too, because like there are men that have micropenises in the world. And did this used to be a thing before vaccines? Maybe the guys with the micropenises are like, maybe when they had like their childhood inoculations, maybe that's what friggin' caused their micropenis. Like, and maybe the guys with micro PPs, like what if they ask their dads, like, hey, like, do you have a micro PP? And if he says, no, I don't have a micro PP, I have a huge PP, then he should be like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Mom and dad, like, why did you get me vaccinated? Like, I don't know. And again, underreported, because 3 to 5% of the VAERS were actually reported because there was financial and political incentive and all of that fucking stuff. And I've shared this information to all levels of government and cabinet and health experts and officials, and they don't seem to care. I just thought more men would care about that than anything, honestly. Like the cancers, the fertility stuff, the friggin' myocarditis, like all of these things, like they're awful. They're fucking awful. And the fact that you can contract COVID via the inoculation, awful. But micropenis, I thought that would be it. I thought that'd be it. So naive sometimes. Where were we? I'm just letting this video play out. Because yeah, it's not the greatest weather day. I'm not working out, and I already took the dogs out, and I'll take them out in a little bit.
Street drugs, and which immediately would damage the liver or destroy the liver. So they have hepatitis as well, the drug abusers. We don't need viruses to explain hepatitis, inflammation. You know, alcohol, poisons.
Yeah, it's so true.
And wrong malnutrition, you know, everything.
Tap water now in the cities and suburbs
when
now.
People have
in a lot of
history
areas.
Hepatitis, most likely they are positive in the HIV antibody test, or put it other way around. I never found a person testing positive who had no problems with its liver, because the liver has a lot of regenerative power, means a lot of decay of cells when being absolutely intoxicated, but that means a lot of cells inside your body. And if immune functions are suppressed, then antibodies are produced against your own protein.
So that's what sort of got us working on it. And when we realised that the more we looked into just that first AIDS thing, we realised that there was no scientific evidence behind it. And we sort of came across work by Kary Mullis, who invented the PCR, got his Nobel Prize for it. And he also we found that he looked into to see what the original papers were, if they existed, to prove that a virus had been isolated and fully categorized to show its genetic makeup. And he realized also that those papers don't exist. There's all sorts of information that suggests they have, but when you actually look for them, they're not there. And we found this time and time again, that the actual science is not there. It's all based on assumptions and dogma, really. And the more we looked into whatever the medical establishment said about any diseases that you'd like to mention, we found the same thing. It's all built on assumptions. And we got to talk to a few doctors. Obviously, privately, they would admit all sorts of things, but publicly, they wouldn't go on public record because they knew they would lose their job. But now, as you may have heard, we've become quite friends with a doctor in America, Dr. Andy Kaufman, who's gone very public It's cost him his job, but he's still an MD. They haven't taken his license off him, but he's gone very public and agrees with everything we've come up with. He has got a copy of our book, so he knows exactly what we believe, and he's found it all to be true himself. And he's admitted to us that when he was going through medical college, the way they were taught is that they'd be given, certain sort of fundamental things, that this disease is caused by that bacteria and this disease is caused by this virus, but they were never given access to the information that proved any of those cases. They were just told, it's fait accompli, that this is what it is. And so he said they never, of course, check it themselves and go back and say, well, I'd like to see the experiments, or I'd like to do the experiments myself to see how this virus stroke bacteria has been isolated. They never do that themselves, of course. They just don't have time. So they just accept what they're told. And as we found, that's the way their training works. So as we hasten to point out, it's not that we set out to attack doctors and make them out to be evil people. They're just doing what they're taught. And as we know, if someone's taught the wrong things, they're going to end up doing the wrong things, just purely by ignorance.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think there's a lot of real confusion in the field of virology, or the study of viruses. And one of those things has to do with exosomes, because they were discovered about 30 years ago. And, scientists have been hunting for viruses much longer than that, and have, had lots of failures and some areas where they feel have been successful in identifying viruses. But this exosome area uses a lot more rigorous science, interestingly. And so about 30 years, they discovered exosomes, which are essentially little particles on the nanometer scale, which is 1/1000th of a meter, so very, very tiny. The same size as they have said virus particles are. And there's also other cellular particles and debris, by the way, in that size range. But exosomes are quite unique because they come off and they're made by our own cells. And it's been learned that we actually express them all the time. So in other words, right now, as we're sitting here, many cells in our body are making exosomes and putting them out there. And this is still kind of a new field. It's been growing exponentially, but there's still a lot to learn. And what makes the exosomes so important to know about is that they have the same structure that we're told these viruses have, that we're told cause disease, which is that they have a membrane. And then there are proteins on the membrane, and those proteins often are target receptors to some kind of area that they're supposed to be delivered their message to. And then inside the membranes, which is essentially like a little sack of water, right, like a package, it contains genetic material. And here's where the confusion sets in, because when they've looked at the genetic material, interestingly, they found genetic sequences that they know come from our own genetic material, our own DNA, so they're human sequences. And they also have found sequences that they say are viral in origin. So in other words, the same genetic sequences that they have said are associated with viruses, which they say are not part of our body and come and invade us and make us sick, are also found in exosomes. So this is just, too much of a coincidence. And this is why it's so important, because where it becomes really relevant is the experiments that they've done, and that they've done these same experiments, by the way, for every virus since about 1954, and then the genetic experiments came a little bit later. But essentially what they do is they have a cell culture of some kind of foreign cells. Usually they're monkey cells these days, monkey kidney cells specifically. And they take the fluid sample from a sick person that they think has a virus, and they mix it with those cells, but they also mix in other things. So they mix in things that are basically poison to those cells, like antibiotics, even specific ones that are poison to kidney cells, like amphotericin. And they put calf serum, which would cause also a toxic reaction and could cause like allergic reactions if we put it in our blood. And other kinds of reactions. And they give it very minimal food, like what they call minimal essential media, which puts the cells in kind of a starvation state. So this is like a recipe for those cells to make tons of exosomes, because we know that normally cells make exosomes more so, they're called induced, when we're exposed to some kind of toxin or other things, including like radiation or even psychological stress during an acute illness, all of these things. But there's lots of experiments with different poisons or toxins, including antibiotics, that show that it makes the cells make more exosomes. So in these experiments where they say they do this tissue culture with these toxic chemicals and they add the body fluid to it, they then show particles and they say it's a virus, but they never say where the exosome particles are. And we know that they're the same size and shape and essentially look the same from looking at other papers where they have images under the electron microscope. So what I brought to light really is that how do we know that these little particles that they haven't purified and characterized to know what they are exactly, how do we know they're not exosomes? Because we do know we set up a recipe to make exosomes from that tissue culture. So where are they? Like, you know, in the pictures, they don't like point one arrow here and say these are the exosomes, and then another arrow here says this is a virus particle. So this is what I really brought to light, and what I think may have really be the case is that really when they've been talking about viruses all along, they've really been looking at exosomes, and they've confused the two. And this is why when they do studies on contagion, they can't seem to transmit any disease from person to person.
So let's look at the situation for this coronavirus and compare what is happening to these two theories. Let's first consider the origin story of the coronavirus. A group of people had a respiratory illness unresolved by antibiotics.
Lab leaks and stuff like that. And then via inoculation, embellishing numbers, all that stuff, like I've shared repeatedly. And even in Manitoba, like I shared this with them. It was like even September of 2019, like guys, this was out. And so at least that's getting investigated. It's taken a while, but I'm hoping that at some point, like these people do get arrested, they do get jailed, they do get fired. And that's why people like me, like we shouldn't allow these people to just run away and hide or like get better jobs like than they get now, like more pay. No, they shouldn't be friggin', rewarded for bad behavior. But people that have had good behavior for the last few years, they should absolutely be rewarded.
So medical officials began looking,
none of this would have came out if it wasn't for people like me,
for a virus.
None of it.
What they eventually found under the electron microscope were small protein balls being excreted by the cell. Okay, first comparison. This would make sense in both exosome theory and virus theory. Then they searched for and found an RNA fragment that they had not seen before in some of these patients. This would make sense in both exosome theory and virus theory. Now, they did not prove that they could infect somebody or an animal with a purified form of this so-called virus. They simply assumed that this RNA fragment was the cause of the illness they saw in some patients, and they assumed it was contagious. So do you know how the tests work? It's not a binary test like a pregnancy test. It's called a PCR test, and it involves amplifying genetic material by doubling it in dozens of cycles until you have billions or trillions of the original molecules, and then using those results to determine if you have enough of the identified RNA fragment to be considered positive. Here's the thing. At a certain point of amplification, every single person would test positive. They use an arbitrary cutoff point where they stop doubling the material. That cutoff point is different amongst different tests for COVID-19. In fact, there were 10 different cutoff points amongst the 33 tests approved by the FDA. Seems a little strange, right? You might find it interesting that the Nobel Prize winning inventor of the test did not believe it should be used to diagnose infectious illness. And perhaps you've heard about some of the problems with the test, such as the high rate of false positives. But in any case, let's say that after 37 times of doubling a specific genetic material they found in your body, they determine that you have enough of the RNA they are looking for to be considered positive. This could make sense in both exosome theory and virus theory. But clearly there are clusters of people getting ill. Look at New York City. It must be a virus. However, if you are being poisoned by something in your environment, it's likely people near you are too. And if we commonly purge these poisons during specific times of the year, many people may have symptoms of illness all at once. This fits either theory. Now, here's where things get interesting. Let's go to the Diamond Princess cruise ship situation. Did you know that people who were bunked together for days had conflicting positive and negative tests? How could one person have this highly infectious illness but not transmit it to somebody bunking with them for days? This would make sense in exosome theory, where the balls of RNA are not contagious, but it would not make sense for virus theory, where the balls of RNA are supposed to be highly infectious. Let's take a look at the first case of transmission in Illinois. A woman traveled to Wuhan, came back, and both she and her chronically ill husband ended up testing positive. Medical authorities then tracked over 300 people who had had close contact with them to see who acquired the virus.
And the tests too.
Guess what? Zero.
I have a video named, it's titled FluVid-19. And I think in that video too, I've talked about this for years, but I talk about the false positives, how they were overcycling to like guarantee we're going to get a false positive. Couldn't tell the difference between a flu or fucking COVID. You wouldn't even believe it. Like the stuff that has come out. And even with Anita Anand for Canada Politics, she's in freaking Senate still. Her husband was the one that was part of that whole like testing and masking industry that profited a lot. Doug Ford, if you want to go from left to right, Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, Conservative, morbidly obese. And again, I don't judge it, but like if you are a Premier, you need to be fit. Okay, that's a certification. If you work at McDonald's, if you're 800 pounds, I don't give a shit. I don't care. That's not a requirement for your job. You need to be good at making the fries, doing the cash. I worked at McDonald's. I can talk about this stuff. Like not your responsibility. Like who cares, right? So that's why when I talk about being obese or overweight, like if it's not part of your job requirement and taxpayers are not paying you to do that job, and paying you to work out and be fit, then no, you can't do it. Like you're just not able to do it. It's just for so many different reasons. And his decal business went from a couple $1 million to like, I think it's upwards of like 50 or 60 million dollars. Like they stole from us and he profited directly from this. He's a fucking millionaire and he already was coming into this. And you can't have people like that in these positions in the military. If you make a certain amount of money or have a certain amount of money, I think it's like $2 million capped. I don't think you can serve. Like I think still it's a conflict of interest. Like that you would not risk your life for others or for the mission or whatever, because like you have financial incentive, right? Like generally speaking, on average, when you look at it, these are like rich people are not the ones that will risk what they have, if that makes any sense. But it's true, and so like they can't serve, and so the same should apply for a cabinet. The same should apply for these friggin' MPs and Senate when they're serving. Like do whatever the fuck you want when you're out, okay? But like don't let your friends that are serving exploit and do the same friggin' insider trading stuff.
Positives.
Jail.
This again would make sense in exosome theory, since exosomes are not contagious.
Yeah, that's where I got the title from. FluVid-19 from Sean Hibbeler Productions. Yeah, it's that was a friggin' great one. That's not the only thing I put it in the title, so I didn't copy it completely because that would be lame. And in that video, I'm not just sharing that video, I'm sharing other things as well, and I'm providing my own commentary. I provide the VAERS reports probably in that one as well, and the memorandums of understanding that I've put in, and other things as well. But yeah, like Hibbeler Productions, more friggin' great work. Oh my God, Hibbeler, Sean Hibbeler, he's on BitChute, he's on Rockfin, he's on YouTube, he's on Rumble, and he does great work, and he has a documentary coming out, Old World Order, and that's going to be very interesting. I can't wait to watch that. I already know all about the freaking old world stuff, advanced civilizations. I've talked about this for years. Underground tunnels, all that stuff. Very, 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 I can't wait to watch it.
But it would not make sense for virus theory where this is supposed to be an infectious virus. In fact, do you know that there are many documented cases all around the world of patients testing positive for this RNA fragment with no relevant travel history and no known
A lot of unproven and debunked assumptions.
possible contact with somebody who was infected? These were people in the middle of nowhere, early on in this whole crisis, who suddenly were testing positive. This would make sense, again, in exosome theory, where the RNA is being produced as an immune response within our cells. But it would not make sense for virus theory, where you are supposed to have had contact with somebody with the virus. What about the high levels of people testing positive who don't get sick? In fact, 80% of people testing positive are either asymptomatic or have slight cold symptoms. Why? This would make sense in exosome theory, since the RNA fragments are not the cause of the illness. But it would not make sense for virus theory where this virus is supposed to cause the illness. Things get even stranger. Did you know that some people go from testing positive to testing negative to testing positive again in a matter of days? That would make sense for exosome theory, where perhaps the cells are simply releasing more or less of these exosomes depending on certain conditions. But it doesn't make sense in virus theory, where you are supposedly infected until you have rid yourself of the virus. So which of these theories seems more likely to you? What if you heard that there are virologists who believe that viruses are actually exosomes? What if I told you that doctors and other scientific experts also believe this? Ultimately, regardless of which theory you believe in at this point, the established infectious virus theory or the emerging theory of exosomes, how confident are you in the PCR test? Are you really interested in having your life hinge on the results you get from this potentially meaningless test? Do you want your loved ones tested? Do you want to be tested? Or shall we perhaps refuse the test?
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Because in a sense, what you're saying is they're mistaking the exosome for what they're calling a virus, but you're suggesting viruses perhaps don't really exist.
Well, not in the sense that they invade us from outside and cause disease, but the particles seem to exist, and you can see them under the microscope. It's just what exactly are they and what are their function? So here's the other really fascinating thing, which has led me to believe that exosomes is most likely what these particles are. Because when they do exosome studies, they actually follow the old procedure to purify the particles that they used when they looked at the first viruses, which were in bacterial cells. They're called bacteriophages. And they developed this procedure to purify them out of the culture so that they're basically working with one thing, right? So they look under the microscope and everything they see is the same thing. So they know what it is, that it's one thing. And then they can do experiments where they analyze the proteins in it or take out the genetic material and sequence it and know that that's the sequence of those particles. And they do the same thing with exosomes. So they can purify them out of the blood or other bodily fluids so that they're a homogeneous, purified particle, one thing. And then that's how they get the sequences out of it, the genetic sequences, because they have that one thing. They dissolve the membranes to release the genetic material, and then they sequence it.
So the exosomes do have this genetic material as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it has all the same kinds that we've been told that viruses have, like DNA, single-stranded or double-stranded, RNA, messenger RNA, microRNA, even mitochondrial DNA. So all the different varieties that we've been told could be in virus particles are also been found in exosomes, so more similarities. So the thing is, if they can purify the exosomes and they can purify the bacteriophage virus particles, and so that they can characterize them and sequence the genetic material, why do they never do that with what they call a virus? So, you know, it's like basically they're just pulling little fingerprints out of a mixture of things. It's like, imagine if you had a criminal case that you were solving and you had a fingerprint on the murder weapon, let's say, and you had a suspect that had a partial match to a partial fingerprint. So, right, so it wasn't a full fingerprint, it was just a part of a fingerprint, and they matched only 80%. Well, do you think a jury would convict them?
They couldn't, right? Because it was only
Absolutely. You know that that's not the person that committed that crime, right? But what they're saying is that they're identifying this, you know, so-called virus by a partial fingerprint, which is a small little piece of RNA.
That's a great analogy, that it's a
only,
partial fingerprint.
Yes, because it's only a tiny, tiny fraction of the whole thing. And then they're saying that that matches another coronavirus, the original SARS virus from 2003, by 80%. And that's how they know what it is.
And this is another thing that we were able to break, this sort of mystique around doctors, that they know everything and that everything they say is correct. And our book, as unintentionally, but it does show that no, doctors don't know what they're talking about. They only know what they've been taught, and what they've been taught is wrong. And so we decided that we would start by asking the most basic question, which is what really makes you ill, and not take anything for granted, no matter who was saying it, whether it was a doctor or the government or any scientist you'd care to mention. We only looked for the evidence, and if the evidence wasn't there, then we knew that it was unfounded.
Well, I've heard it said that doctors spend about half a day in their training learning about nutrition, which is a pretty bloody important subject when it comes to keeping people well. And it seems the rest of their time is spent learning about big pharma, drugs, and being told which big pharma products to push for certain symptoms. So that's shocking if that's the truth. I challenged my own doctor a while back, actually, on the question of vaccines. I had a routine appointment with my regular GP. And at the end of the conversation, I just said to him, I want to ask you about some of the ingredients in vaccines. And I could see from his reaction that he was getting defensive straight away. And I said, can you just tell me why it's a good idea to have things like mercury in there and aborted fetal tissue and formaldehyde and stuff like this? And he just immediately went on the defensive and said, oh, well, it's safe and they wouldn't put it in there if it was doing any harm. And I said, well, I've been doing some research of my own. And he said, oh, well, I wouldn't believe everything you see on the internet. We've had training, you know, and we know about these things. So there's a glimpse there into the mindset of mainstream doctors who are taught to think that the training they've got is the gospel truth, and anything that conflicts with it can just be thrown out straight away because it's not part of what they've been told.
Exactly. I mean, I often, speaking of vaccinations, as we know, there's a whole section in the book about it, but yeah, there's some pretty dreadful things in it. But, you know, a quick rule of thumb, as I often point out to people, that, you know, it's within the doctor's surgery. If they were to drop the hypodermic on the floor and it broke, the contents has to be treated as toxic waste in the cleanup exercise. And that must be a pretty strong clue, I would think, to think, well, if that has to be treated as toxic waste, it's got no business being in my bloodstream. You know, but
Wie kam es jetzt zur Idee des Virus? Robert Koch wurde von Pasteur, das war der Wissenschaftsbetrüger, der von der französischen Regierung, die ja mit Deutschland im Krieg war, Deutsch-Französischer Krieg, 1872, getötet wurden dann später als Pockenepidemie verkauft. Wurde auch behauptet, es käme aus Frankreich, die Franzosen aus Deutschland, hin und her. Aber dieser Pasteur, der wusste, dass Bakterien nicht krank machen können, hat einen Trick eingeführt. Es musste ja das Modell der Säftelehre, Krankheit, worauf sich die gesamte westliche Hochschulmedizin beruft, musste ja ein Krankheitsgift postuliert werden. Vor allem, weil dieses Konzept der Seuchen, der Pandemien ja zigmal angewandt worden ist, um Unruhen niederzuknüppeln, um Hungerbewegungen in den Griff zu kriegen, etc. etc. Das hat nämlich angefangen dadurch, dass der junge Vatikan die Angst oder erst einmal Angst erzeugt hat vor Krankheit, indem er behauptet hat, genauso wie in Griechenland, dass Krankheit was Negatives ist, vom Krankheitsdämon. Das hat der junge Vatikan behauptet, Krankheit ist eine Strafe Gottes, um so seine Herrschaft zu etablieren. Man holte also Gerbert von Aurillac, alias Künstlernamen Papst Silvester. Er holte die Araber in jede Garnison, aus denen die Klöster hervorgegangen sind, um an das antike Wissen, an das Wissen über die Araber, die die Medizin weiterentwickelt haben, und vor allem an das chinesische Wissen ranzukommen. Weil in China gibt es nicht das Konzept der Ansteckung. Da gibt es zu viel und zu wenig Energie. Da gibt es den Einfluss, lateinische Influenza, durch die Zu- oder Abnahme von Licht und Wärme im Frühjahr und im Herbst. Aber die Ansteckung, die Idee gibt es dort nicht. Auch nicht in der ayurvedischen Medizin. Das ist was.
So you know how people were saying that the symptoms and the side effects of COVID was like not being able to taste anything, can't taste, and like when you had long COVID, it's because it's long COVID. That's why you can't taste anything. It was a side effect, right? Of COVID. We were saying it was a side effect of COVID, right? Wow. Let me see here. I was searching stroke because that was another huge increase. Like there's even people that I know in my family that had strokes and they're still paralyzed because of it. And people, oh my God, so many issues. But I just looked at here because I noticed that agousia for sensory abnormalities, I was like, oh, there's a lot. And these are just the ones that were reported. And again, the ones that were reported, it's 3 to 5% at most. And again, this is just Pfizer, not Moderna or anything else. This agousia is a rare condition characterized by a complete loss of taste function of the tongue. It can be a symptom of various medical conditions such as infections, nutrition deficiencies, COVID-19, nerve damage, and medications. So it's saying medical condition, medical. But anyways, these are VAERS. This is vaccine. This is Pfizer VAERS, agousia. Let's see what is that. And there's a lot more of these. Wow, what's this? Dysgeusia. So again, like people have to look at all of this. Because there's even more. They want to separate it. Dysgeusia is a taste disorder that causes a foul, salty, rancid, or metallic taste sensation in the mouth. It can be caused by various factors, including infections, some medications, and vitamin deficiency. Again, but also COVID-19 vaccine. Okay, also causes it. Jesus Christ, electric shock sensation. And look at all of these friggin' cases. Seizure, post-stroke seizure. So let's go into seizures here. And again, for stroke, sorry, I mean heat stroke, whatever. Post-procedural stroke, brainstem stroke. And then these are thrombosis. Like these are also things like that you need to look at. Cerebrovascular accident, a lot of fatal ones. Cerebral artery thrombosis, clot in the brain. Cerebral hemorrhage. 14 were fatal that were reported. And this was, again, years ago. Embolic stroke. Thrombotic, bronchobasilar, ischemic, hemorrhagic. Crazy times. Epilepsy. Taste disorders. So see, they're breaking it up. Sensory disturbances. So they're just breaking it up so you don't see exactly how friggin' many. Neuralgia. And people are telling me with COVID, and you can contract COVID via inoculation, that I should get boosted and vaccinated and all this stuff. People, even fucking today, March 10th, 2024, people in Canada, literally today, a grown-ass man that works with my fucking family, like, oh my God, does not know what the fuck he's talking about. But anyways, I shared this data with him. And he's probably going to be like, oh, this is all made up. This is nothing. This means nothing.
That's typisch.
Wants me to risk all of those friggin' side effects for something where there's a 99% fail, like a recovery rate or whatever.
kriegerisches Europäisches. Und dann nach Einsätzen der kleinen Eiszeit 1308, als Mordsbevölkerungsdruck vom Norden nach dem Süden stattgefunden hat, als dort die Apfelplantagen in Norwegen, Weizenfelder nicht mehr produktiv waren, weil es einen massiven Kälteeinfluss gab, gab es im neu gegründeten Heiligen Römischen Reich Deutscher Nation, gab es Mordsspannung, gab es Hungerkatastrophen und so weiter und so fort. Und man führte dann vor allem nach diesem starken Erdbeben-Epizentrum in Friaul 1348, dass die ganzen Mittelmeer
Sorry, I was going over the subtitles.
Städte in Schutt und Asche legte, was von den Orthodoxen als Beweis des Antichristus hergenommen worden ist und tatsächlich die öffentliche Ordnung zusammenfiel, weil die zentrale Drehscheibe des Welthandels auf Europa zu, nämlich Venedig, auch zusammengebrochen ist und alle Handelslinien zusammengebrochen ist, die Währung zusammengebrochen und so weiter. Dann hat man dieses Konzept 1:1 verändert. Man hat es übernommen, 1:1, die gleiche Krankheitsdefinition, das gleiche Muster, Priester, Gemeinde oder Stadträte, um dann eine ganze Gruppe als von Gott bestraft zu behaupten, sie hätten Pest, um ein ganzes Stadtzentrum abzuriegeln, die zu massakrieren, zu verhungern, zu vergiften, wie Goethe das beschreibt. Man hat das in Pest umgetauft. Später, als der Vatikan die Definitionsmacht über die Medizin, als die verringert war durch die Nationalstaatenrevolution, die amerikanische, französische Revolution, hat man dieses Konzept in Pocken umbenannt. Aber genau die gleiche Idee. Und dann natürlich heute in unzulässige Krankheitsdefinitionen wie AIDS zum Beispiel. Auf jeden Fall hatte die Bevölkerung eine riesen Angst, wenn Seuchen behauptet worden sind, weil dann klar war, man kann in Quarantäne gesetzt werden, man kann massakriert werden. Man musste Medikamente nehmen, wie es Goethe beschreibt, wo Tausende gestorben sind, weil nichts zum Essen da war, weil es soziale Unruhen gab etc. Und die Überlebenden applaudierten. Daher resultierte die Angst und daher war dieses Medizinsystem, was in Krisenzeiten immer sofort repressiv war, was aber aufgrund seiner Geschichte Krankheit immer negativ gesehen hat, als was Bösartiges, der Teufel, der in mir wohnt und macht und krebst und wächst und außerhalb der Kontrolle gerät und tatsächlich auch noch übertragen wird. Der Fluch, der Krankheitsdämon auf den anderen. Diese Angst war so drin und das Medizinsystem, aus der die Pharmaindustrie, die mächtigste Kraft auf diesem Planeten hervorgegangen ist, gibt das nicht auf und wird das auch freiwillig nicht aufgeben. Da müssen wir ein bisschen nachhelfen. Dazu kriegen Sie jetzt noch weitere Informationen. Nämlich, wie sich jetzt die Idee eines Virus realisiert hat und wie aus dieser Idee die Gentechnik hervorgegangen ist.
Now, disease is been misrepresented, infection's been misrepresented. The idea of why we get sick has been misrepresented by the allopaths. Okay, so back turn of the century, I'm talking last turn of the century, we had a big war start with the chemical medicines coming to the forefront. We had Native American medicines. We had Aboriginal, medicines. We had original medicines. We had folk medicine. We had the empiricists who basically said, let's give you this food, let's give you this natural medicine, and let's see how that responds to your well-being and body. And then we learn from that, and then we can tweak potencies and so forth. And so it's more experimentation, but you get feedback from that, and then you go forward with it, right? And they were doing very well. We had the homeopathic hospitals. There were homeopathic hospitals, especially in the UK, especially in Europe. And so the AMA was created to actually take down the AHA. So the American Medical Association was created to compete with and infiltrate and destroy the American Homeopathic Association, which they did very successfully, unfortunately. And they also chastised, name-called, degraded, did whatever they could to destroy the empiricists. So that's like people like myself, like holistic practitioners, naturopaths, people who knew how to use the medicine that grows around us, or how to use food as medicine, that, okay? Or water healing or other energy healing was very much put down. Now, this is coming out of the United States and out of Europe. Well, first more out of Europe than the States. And obviously here in Canada, we've seen it as well, because this model comes from all the same big business interests. And we have to understand our history to understand why we're here in this predicament now. So back then, the Rockefeller, Carnegie, Morgan trifecta, they were all they were banksters, and they had their fingers in lots of pies in lots of countries. It wasn't just in the States. And they were a huge, there was the banking cartel. They even worked with Ford to like get the cars on the road and get the gasoline industry. So they were big oil barons. They made a lot of money off of that. They used their power and influence then with the medical industry. So then they came in on the medicine front, the chemical medicine front, the pharmaceutical drugs. And they, because they were so wealthy, what they did is they said to a lot of the schools, well, guess what? If you put us on the boards of your medical institutions, we'll give you lots of money and you'll be able to, buy all your toys or buy whatever you want, right? So they came in and they took over things. So when that began, that was basically a war, that's as big as a war as you could ever want. And they succeeded in then reforming law, reforming and buying out the politicians as well, so the government. So everything was captured. They then also owned and captured all the pharmaceutical industry. They are the ones creating all the medical gadgets that happen after you've been maimed by one of their medicines, right? So they come in with all the other gear. It's a lot of money. This is $1 trillion business, right?
Es war so, Pasteur wusste, um wieder bei Pasteur anzuknüpfen, dass Bakterien nicht krank machen können. Punkt aus. Es sind genügend Versuche gemacht und publiziert worden in Deutschland, unter anderem durch Max von Beckenhofer, der aufgezeigt hat, was Cholera ist und wie Cholera ganz einfach zu vermeiden ist. So. Pasteur kam nun jetzt mit der Idee, weil er ja auch im Auftrag arbeiten musste, um ein Argument zu haben, dass man die Engländer nicht durchs Mittelmeer durchlässt, bei Gibraltar den Sack zumacht und die abknallt. Und hat behauptet, es gäbe einen neuen Erreger und der macht sein Krankheitsgift auch im lebenden Menschen.
If these papers don't exist, that means the work's not been done. And if the work's not been done, what on earth are they basing all these things on? What are they basing vaccinations on, which is supposed to prevent you getting a virus? What are they basing the various medicines they give to people, which is supposed to kill these viruses, when they've never isolated one and they've never proved that one actually causes anything? And this is an amazing thing. But of course, certain individuals, certain families, and we're going right back to the beginning, and we're going back to, say, the Rockefeller family and their petroleum industry, started to realize that there was money to be made in all of this. And that's why, as today, most pharmaceutical products are petroleum based when you look into them. And there's a very good reason for that. And of course, the pharmaceutical companies own either wholly or partially all the medical training schools. So you start to see why doctors' training is based around prescribing drugs, which the pharmaceutical companies manufacture. So you can quite see why we're in the dreadful situation that we're in today.
They're all sponging. Now, quickly before we get to vaccines, back to that Rockefeller, Morgan, Carnegie cartel, mafia. They happen to own a lot of patents in a lot of these things, by the way. Oh, yeah, so they own the media too. So that's where I want to go with that. How are you going to get the information? Right? How are you going to get the true information? You have to dig. You can't just watch a TV or listen to a new study in the media, right? Because everything that's going to come is going to be from that same, they own that. So they own the FDA. That's actually an arm of the big pharma. They run that. So they do that to preserve their own. It's all cronyism.
So I'll get into some old world stuff with John Levi or Levy. This is Old World 101. He just posted this 12 hours ago. I just want to see what it's about. like, share, and subscribe on his page too. Again, I don't want to take viewers from him. I want people to get attention to his channel. And by sharing one video or part of it, like, I'm hoping that it brings you to his channel and you watch every single other video he has out there, because I've watched so many. They're so amazing.
Perhaps it always seems like it's falling apart. With the research we do, we discover that it fell apart long ago. They want to teach us that everything is progressing, but a quick study shows that things have only gone backwards. I am truly a conservative. I despise the socialistic agenda in the past and present, though I do think we should work together as sovereign individuals. I don't blame those in power for the recent control grab. I think with the death of the Queen, there's a shift taking place, a new order, and this new group is not wasting any time rolling out their agendas. What the past events in the last few years have shown us is that all nations, all leaders are actually following the same playbook. Doesn't matter what their political standing, free elections seem to be a thing of the past, and many nations don't even get the illusion. You're just stuck with your leader. And again, I don't blame them. It is perhaps their karma, and these people will simply play their roles. And as for me, I ask the same, that I'm left to play my role. I know I was born with God-given rights, and I will exercise those until my death. I thank you for being here, and welcome. So today I've compiled a list. It's not a complete list, but it's a snapshot of this research. The research into the old world and our true origins. So it's not in order, as that's one of the most difficult things to make sense of, the chronology. But for many, this research begins with the World's Fair. All of the World's Fairs. There were hundreds of them, and it's a great place to start. Going back to the mid-1800s, almost every major city in the world hosts some sort of fair. We're told these fairs took a year or two to build, that they were temporary, and eventually destroyed. Hundreds of buildings at each fair, and as little as just one or two remain. We have them in St. Louis, Chicago, San Francisco, even in the Midwest. And it's one thing if they all looked different or even looked like fairs, but what they look like is...
Even with the old stained glass windows, they used to be beautiful different colors, healing in nature, and they were all destroyed. Wars and explosions and high frequency vibration events.
Is elegant cities with waterways and absolutely overbuilt for the population and budget of the time. When we study these buildings, we see that they're anything but temporary. The same designs we see anywhere in the world. And it is a complete untruth.
I don't know if I've ever heard of Austin Whitsitt. I might have. I'll take a look. Very interesting. Thank you.
To say that a 4, 5, 6-story building is temporary. A building must be structurally sound to stand. And this 100% means it is not temporary. So again, if the World's Fair in Chicago resembles the World's Fair in Brazil, we must be dealing with something other than a fair. All the same time period, all brought down, essentially demolished, and this seems to mark a beginning point. So the beginning point We often call this the reset. What we see is fully built out cities, built of brick, stone, intricate metalwork, and empty streets.
So I haven't heard of him before, but is the channel What's It Gets It? 33.2 thousand subscribers, 328 videos. And this video, he is talking, or she's talking about True Earth 101, the unifying expression, True Earth 101, curvature, motion. Oh my God, I am going to be absolutely, and I'm trying to look through to see if I've seen any of the videos, and I can't see any that I've even clicked on before. So like, no, this is new to me. And so I'm going to have to obviously, again, just like for the next 37 hours straight, just obsess over all of these videos.
Streets of mud, oftentimes brick
I'm gonna have to binge watch.
poking up through the mud, and we see horse and wagons. Very few. Now it's the same thing in every city. The first pictures
very interesting.
show completely built out cities with no people, as if somebody is documenting the beginning. One of my favorite things to do over and over on this channel is to read the stories of these towns and cities and buildings, hoping for a logical explanation. And what we find is hastily written historical accounts of the beginning, making no sense. With the tools and tech available of the times, there's no way these cities should go up so fast with so little people and such little technology at their disposal. Power not coming around until the late 1800s at a World's Fair in Chicago, we're told. It is introduced, and logically this is when we should start seeing improvements in the building style, and for the most part, the most beautiful city layouts and architecture have all been created before this introduction of power. I typically focus on North America because it's...
Okay, well, you know what? I just gotta... John Levy is friggin' great. And so take a look at that video. But right now I just, I get obsessed. And so I just want to... Oh, I'm just sharing the exact same one. I'll just go to my history because I just subscribed. And I also just found Sovereign Soul Unchained. I just found this channel as well. And I just subscribed because I see Debatism episode 19. Brenda debates versus Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. This was from 4 days ago. So, but before I look at that, no, of course it's not going to friggin' show in my history where I subscribed. That's a good one. Let's see here. Let's see here. God, there's so many good ones here. Oh my God. See, yeah, look, I just subscribed. Like as we were talking, I don't see any videos where I've ever clicked on yet, which makes me excited about this, to be honest with you. Let's see what the, let's see if there's any live here. Probably. Oh, there's live. Nice. Oh, there's a lot of lives. Wow. Just like I do. Nice. Schooling lowers. That's a good, that's funny. Okay, so I'll start with this one, maybe the glove deception. It's like, even though like everyone like says it in the flat earth community, still anytime I try to bring up flat earth, no one gives a shit about the science, the stats, that any of that stuff. Like they always ask me why the lie. And everyone says the same thing. Yeah, same thing. Let's see what they say here.
Heliocentrism has never been proven. It's a religion. Of course, not a religion about some personified God. A religion is defined as being a belief system built upon the doctrine
No, but he looks familiar though. So I might have seen him on another channel.
of men without any actual verifiable evidence. It requires belief and faith. requires belief in something that you can't directly empirically verify. And that's the idea that the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball flying around the sun. Contrary to popular belief, it has in no way been proven. We're going to get into it. Here is a bit of a timeline. Now we have an entire stream, a previous episode where we broke down each one of these events, but I just wanted to.
He looks familiar. He sounds familiar. Like he might have been on like Globe. Was he on Globebusters or like Jeranism or anything like that?
Kind of cover some of the basics here so you get an idea of really where this came from. Oh, we knew the Earth was a globe thousands of years ago is what you'll hear.
I don't know.
Okay, so we have the globe Earth inception in 350 BC, and this is, of course, as we know it, history as we know it. Then they supposedly found the distance to the sun in 250 BC, and you have Eratosthenes right after that. And when they first supposedly found the distance to the sun, of course, it was completely wrong compared to what they claim it is now, which is supposedly 93 million miles away, which is a joke. They'll tell you Eratosthenes proved that the Earth was a sphere. Of course, he did no such thing. Looked at two shadows. The story is just completely ridiculous. There's no primary documentation it even happened, but it's a very convenient narrative to tell people to try to make it look like flat Earth was disproven by Greeks so long ago. You have the first globe model hundreds of years later, all the way in 1492 is when you get the first actual physical globe model, which was just like laughable and disproportionate and deformed. But it's interesting, the narrative that we're told when you actually look at it. The first physical model of the Earth being a globe ever made was in 1492. Then you get the Copernican model in 1543, and that's the idea that we're flying around the sun, right? That the Earth is orbiting around the sun is in the center. Now, of course, they thought that the sun was in the center of the entire universe, and they've since had to change that. And then we get Kepler's laws. That's the laws that explain the planetary motion in terms of kinematics. And if you're not new to this channel, you know that kinematics are just how bodies move in relation to each other. People looked at the sky, saw that there's a ratio with how these things move, and you can actually, create an equation to describe that ratio, and it'll accurately, quote unquote, predict, although there is no prediction. They just keep doing the same thing forever. Based on their proximity, they move in relation to each other and move in relation to the sun. He found a set of equations to map that out. And then they estimated what the size of Venus was, the distance of Venus. And then they just said, you know what, to try to make this model, we're just going to assume the Earth is the same size as Venus, exactly the same, which is really scientific of them. 1666, Newtonian gravity supposedly discovered gravity. There was no discovery. He didn't discover anything, or that would require he'd be the first one to ever see something fall. But anyway, so that's where you get 666 newtons on the Earth, or 6.66. And it's rounded up to 6.67. It's the same year the Selenian eclipse was first documented, conveniently enough, which also debunks the globe. Michelson-Morley, 1887, ionosphere, 1901, relativity, 1905, the special relativity.
Can you send a link, because I'm trying to look for these, but even when you look in people's look in their channels, like I'm saying that we're so censored that even on my own videos I've showed you, like I can't do a search in my own videos and find videos that are pulled up like that meet that search. So if I want to search COVID, for example, I have a lot of titles of videos that have COVID in it, and no videos will show up. And so like I'm looking in his channel, I'm looking at other people's channels, I'm not seeing Masquerade from Austin Whitsitt, for example, and I'm not seeing Post Addictions. And so it would take me a while probably to like look for these and try to look at interviews and get this. So if you can pull it out, that would be much appreciated. And just give me a link or something.
The 05, general relativity, 1915. NACO was founded in 1915, predecessor to NASA. You have the expanding universe theory come up to try to explain why everything makes it look like we're in the center of the universe unexpectedly. 1925, around that time is where you have Hubble looking out further into space and discovering they have a problem. 1931, the Big Bang Theory, dark matter, to save the model because relativity's predictions were off by 99% when they looked at the galaxy cluster distribution. Now, this is where it gets very interesting. You get to 1945, Operation Paperclip. You got the government bringing people over, bringing Nazis over. They put paperclips in different folders to have them integrate into the United States in different positions, right? Engineer, scientists, etc. So then you have the very next year, after bringing them over here, they go explore Antarctica, Operation High Jump. And the CIA was founded the very next year. The CIA was founded the very next year. Now we know they do stuff like Operation Mockingbird, and they literally propagandize the American public. And then you have the Mars Project, written by Wernher von Braun, one of the people brought over in Operation Paperclip, an SS officer of the Nazi regime. And in this book, the main character's title is Elon, and he founds the first civilization on Mars. So just a coincidence there. Then you get to 1952. NSA was founded. And then 55, Operation Deep Freeze, go back to Antarctica. They ended up founding the first American base there called Little America. Then you have the DEW system in 1957. That is where they started actually monitoring the north. So they go out to the south and then they come back out to the north and they put up it's now called like the North Warning System, but there's basically a trip line around the North Pole, and they monitor anything inside of a certain latitude, right? And then you have NASA founded in 1958, the next year. And then in 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty. So now they're monitoring the inside and the outside. And then you have the DIA founded in 61, Operation Fishbowl, high altitude missiles, of course, that part of Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, they shot high altitude missiles up. And then we got in the 30s, we actually have documents now that are declassified that says that they had approximation methods to determine the brightness of the firmament that were proven accurate, and that it has different zenith measurements, meaning that there's literally a distance, a zenith measurement to the firmament above you, and that they were able to accurately map it out. And then we get over to the JFK moon landing announcement, 1962. 67, there was a space treaty signed. In 67, you have Gus Grissom dying after saying we can't go to the moon. That's ridiculous. The 1968, 2001 Space Odyssey comes out, film of the year, basically propagandizes everyone to believe we're about to go to the moon. And also Newsbenders comes out where they tell you everything about space is fake in 1968. The 1969, they're supposed to go to the moon. And then they see the Earth from space, confirming the Earth is allegedly a sphere in 1972 at the tail end of the Apollo missions. And that's really like the only claimed real picture of the Earth from space for decades. Okay, so there is the timeline.
That was very interesting. I'm looking at his videos, like his live videos. Wow, like I'm so friggin' impressed with his work. It's so I just like it, I really want to show it. There's so many good ones, and I just want I'm just showing you I've never seen any of these. And there's so many good ones, and just showing you that I've never clicked, never watched. Like I really wish I did, because there's so many friggin' good titles of things. But I get a lot of my content from like my own research, my own experimentation on the ground stuff, looking at archived literature of varying sorts and stuff like that before videos. Videos more for me is just like it reinforces like what I've learned, or I learn a lot of new stuff that connects bigger pieces together. And yeah, there's just there's so many really good ones here. Yeah, like the truther channels in general are friggin' good, I'm not gonna lie. And so many people bring in their own flavor, their own content. And so like every truther has like, even if they're flat earth, or if they're like COVID conspiracies or whatever, like they still bring in like other interesting content. I wonder if there's anything here. Anyway, so I will, I'm rambling on and stuff like that. So I will leave it at that, on that note. And yeah, what a mess in Canada. What a mess all over the friggin' world. And very controversial times for a reason. It is what it is. So tomorrow, for a leap year, commemorates the 4th year that the World Health Organization declared the pandemic. I'm hoping that nothing crazy happens tomorrow, just like when the COVID pandemic was declared by the World Health Organization for, like the last leap year period, right? It was just anyway. And so I would like to have like a calm, relaxed time, and just like have people that are fucking us over right now with these scams with interest rates and taxes and stuff like that, if they just fuck off already, okay? Because that's another reason why people are leaving. We're not gonna support and stand for this. Like within the next in a year when I resign my friggin' mortgage again, if it's still ridiculous, because Ontario was the worst province hit for huge hikes in interest rates, like double, tripled for people when they were remortgaged, and it's kicked people out of their homes, defaulting on their mortgage and stuff like that, and or their mortgages doubling like mine. And this money could go to people in my family who could use the money, or charities that could use it, or again for me to have a family, or to afford my other fucking bills, or to travel. And this is another thing that's keeping us stuck, is like they're literally trying to bleed rocks. And so that's why it would be nice if people actually call the scams what they are. If you allow this to keep happening, they're going to keep on with this, because a lot of people are getting really, really rich off the carbon tax and the scams with the interest rates and stuff like that. And if you let them get used to it and accustomed to this lifestyle, it's going to be even harder to get them to stop, right? So like, again, cut it at the source. interest rates, if they don't go down, then just go to other lenders. You know, because obviously these fucking banks don't care about us. Clearly, if they're willing to do this to us, what they've done, like what my bank has done, I've been with them for decades, with the interest rates and with the house insurance and all this other stuff, the scams, and now carbon tax and all these other fucking taxes, like go away, and trying to increase property tax on us as well. It's just yeah. Yeah, they Smokey like likes being outside way more when it's nicer weather. Ranger, my husky, he can go out in any friggin' weather, and they did go out earlier. I'm gonna take them out again though. So on that note, I will leave it at that, and I hope that everyone has a wonderful rest of your day.